लोबिया सफेद चने या काले चने
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence.
As large language models reshape global power dynamics, the debate is no longer theoretical. The question is, can India build foundational model of its own? And what would it take to do so responsibly? This conversation brings us with an entrepreneurial ambition, with technical realism, examining the infrastructure, the talent, and the strategic choices that are required to build models at national scale. So for this very, very interesting conversation, please welcome Mr. Raghav Agarwal, co-founder, Fluid AI, on the topic, Can India Build Its Own GPT? And he will be in conversation with Mr. Niranjan Narayan Swamy, executive editor for News Republic TV. Big round of applause, please.
Thank you, Raghav, for being with us today. So, what is an Indian ChatGPT model?
So, Niranjan, what's interesting is an Indian ChatGPT model today, for almost any consumer and anyone in the room today, is ChatGPT only, right? Because our usage of any pure Indic model out there is not there right now. Let's be honest where we are. Okay. But that doesn't mean that this is going to be the situation in 2 years or 3 years down the line, right? I think a lot of people, especially in India, get very concerned that we don't have our own model. But there's a very interesting memo by Google which says that there really is no moat in the model. Because if you see, when China did its DeepSeek movement, that was an open source model. When Europe does Mixtral, they have an open source version of that. And when all these US guys are competing, Anthropic, Google, etc., they want our model, they want their models exposed to the Indian audience.
Correct.
Because India may be a good software exporter, but it is one of the world's best data exporters. A lot of people get concerned, oh, that's a colonial mindset, we're exporting data. But these models are data hungry. Without data, they don't adapt. And if you don't have the Indian audience on them, you will not have a good model. So I almost look at it alternatively. Yes, we may not have our own model today. We'll have it shortly, maybe a year, 2, 3 years. But even now, we are in a very strong position.
Yeah. What is an Indic model? And how far are we from this Indic model?
So in Indic model, let's break it down, right? India has so many languages, right? Most of the global models have been trained on English and the general internet. And Indian languages have been a small component of that, right? So their training sets are very small on that, right? Now, when we do a general chat, yes, even a global model will perform, a chat GPT will give you some answers. But when we go to depth, nuance, history, culture, bias, etc., that's when these global models collapse, right? Because they do not suit the Indian mindset. So an Indic model will be largely, firstly, trained on India-specific data, which may not rest in the global internet, not in the public world. It may be resting in specific data sources which need to be annotated, specific audiences, specific populations may need to contribute to it. Secondly, it will be extremely customized to an Indian population's usage of it, right? So linguistically very powerful. The voice will be exactly as if we speak in maybe Hindi, Marathi, etc. So the power in that would be is that the UPI movement, right? Even before UPI existed, you could do a net banking transfer, IMPS, you could have instantaneous money transfers. But it didn't break the barrier because it was not on the phone, right? It was not on the phone, you needed to add a beneficiary, there was a whole journey to it. So even today, anyone sitting in a village can use ChatGPT.
Correct.
But because it is not Indic enough, it's not the way we as Indians react and do business or do live our lives. Those models will not perform.
But it is also prone to manipulation, right?
Correct.
Now, okay, let me ask a question to the audience. How many of you use ChatGPT here? Almost, 60, 70, 80% of them use ChatGPT.
I'm surprised with the other 20%.
I have a few students here from our School of Journalism, and I have a few, I think some of our employees were here as well. You know how we catch them using ChatGPT?
How do you do that?
When you ask them to write a story on the Delhi government, for example, or something in Delhi, and whenever there's a mention of Arvind Kejriwal, still shows up as Chief Minister of Delhi. And one more thing, Donald Trump always shows up as former US President.
Because the
these are biases for some reason, and you get caught. These are biases, right?
Correct. So the challenge is that these models, the training data sets, are largely been defined by Western organizations, right? So they've gone to Western media sources or Western sources of literature, whereas the Indian component in that is a minuscule percentage, right? It's 3, 5, 7%. So there's a general, it's not only a bias, it's a significant misunderstanding in some sense because they're coming with a very different mindset to the entire game, right? So when we talk about an Indic model, it also does need to, maybe the starting point itself needs to be very Indian data sources, a very Indian contextual understanding of history. Because otherwise, no matter how much we can, so there's a concept called fine-tuning, right? You take a global model and you say, okay, I'm now going to expose it to certain data sets which are mine and try to change it. But you're still starting with a raw material that's very out there, right? So that's why these Indic models and the government spending a lot of money to get them out there could be very, right now it looks theoretical.
How far are we from this model?
I think maybe 1.5 year. It is when we see first quality outputs come. So I would say we are 2 years away from the ChatGPT movement of a true Indic model developed in India. But that could be transformational.
How challenging is this? I mean, where is all this Indian data, Indian mythology, Indian history, where is all this going to be fed from? How difficult is this challenge to digitize all of it?
So, credit to the government where it's due, right? I think the Bhashni project has been very interesting, right? Because they didn't just start, it's very exciting to get excited by the sexy piece, right? Which is the model. Oh, we have a beautiful model and all that, right? But there's a data journey, there's a massive data journey at the back. And that's what I think we are building up to that moment where Bhashni has sort of worked, a lot of educational institutes, research institutes like IIT have pushed this forward. And they are going into that historical data. They're saying, can we get folks to annotate that data for us? Can we get folks to move that data from maybe, if it's a book sitting in a library, can it get scanned? Can it get digitalized? Can it move into our data streams? And can we get authentic speakers of the language to sort of contribute voice samples, etc.? So that part of the journey, I feel, is done. It's not complete, but it's done to an extent that a good model can come out.
Okay. So there is a lot of excitement in India. Of course, the government is holding this huge AI summit as well. The government is pushing AI, but we don't really have a model of our own, which is a big problem. Like most big countries have their own model, right? So we are, of course, are an interface industry. Would you say we are an interface industry, which is basically AI industry using already existing global models for their end use, for their business? But how would you see the transformation of India from being an interface AI industry to a model-based AI industry?
So I think, Niranjan, you bring up a great point, right? The concern is that the model is not there. But if you look at the interface, we are leading there, right? So let's break down an AI industry today, right? 3 pieces. GPU layer, right? Designed in the US, and Taiwan manufactures it. India plays a good component there. We are still a good designer of chips, but yes, it's still not our IP, etc. Right? Foundational model layer, we're not there yet, not at least at the global scale. We will play in the Indic world. Whether we play in the global model world, not sure. The third piece, and that space is largely an American-China duopoly as well, is the interface layer, right? Is the applications which consume AI. This is the first time, right? Like if you look at the IT revolution, 80s, 90s, we were behind for a significant period of time, right? We didn't have the hardware. It was a very license thing. You would import computers very slowly, hardware, etc. This time we are on par with the world when the AI revolution hit. But we have the most number of engineers, right? We have the most understanding of software development in the world. And if you see, in the SaaS world, India couldn't really make anything that was very, the SaaS softwares, we didn't have got a big global stuff. Maybe you got one Zoho out there. But this time, if you see the explosion of small Indian startups which are saying, I'm using AI to become the global interface for sales, to become the global interface for healthcare, something like a Cure AI, right? There's so many of them that are playing in that space. Because this time, we are at par with the world, but we have the talent to go further than them. So another thing is, a lot of people say, okay, model. But the interface to AI is equally important, right? Let's say when ChatGPT upgraded from ChatGPT 4 to 5.1, it forced an upgrade of the model to you. Were you saying that, oh, now I will, because they upgraded the model, I'm not going to perform on it? No, right? The interface was very important. You were used to ChatGPT in a particular experience. So, yes, anytime any Indian AI company uses maybe a global model but becomes the interface for it in sales, in healthcare, in other industries, that's equally important because I can switch the model at the back, right? I can have multi-models. You can even say, okay, for query A, go to model A, query B, go to model B. So then where does the model lie? It gets abstracted away like electricity. The interface becomes king. So that's another play.
The reason why I asked you this question and why this is important is I don't know how many of them in the room know the importance of this. For example, okay, growing up, we saw Facebook. The Facebook boom happened. Facebook was created in America, right? But we are the largest market, right? And then you had Twitter. I'm guessing after America, we're the largest market, right? You look at Instagram. Each time the app is created somewhere else, but the market is here, the data is here, right? And the concern is always around the data. But in this case, we don't have a model, but we have the interface. Now, how do you see how big a market is India for these big models?
So let's divide it into 2 pieces, right? Consumer, right? And consumer, because as a consuming nation, we don't have the consumption power to pay for it. It's going to be ad-driven. You see ChatGPT launch those various tiers, right? Go, etc. at much cheaper prices, just like Netflix did it, right? So you're going to get all of this at very cheap rates as a consumer. We'll consume a lot, but
is it going to remain cheap? I'm not sure because I'll tell you. I mean, just from I was talking to you about this 2 years back. AI was nowhere.
Right.
Right? And then we heard of OpenAI.
Correct.
And then we heard of a controversy around OpenAI. And then there was ChatGPT. Correct. And then we saw them calling themselves non-profit. Right? And I saw Sam Altman leaving. Yeah. And then Sam Altman came back. Yeah. And then they said, we're for profit. Yeah. And then they said, this is for free. Yeah. And now they're going to charge people. Yeah. And now there are going to be ad insertions.
$1 billion of IPOs are coming out.
Yeah, so it's not really a CSR sort of a project.
Yeah, so I think that's where it's going to be why are we so big for even a Twitter or a Facebook, etc. Right? Again, our ad dollars, and I think Snapchat CEO talked about that. Right? An Indian user is much less valuable than a global American user.
Why is that?
Because there's consumption capability, right? Yeah, if you're going to advertise to an Indian user, you know he has a various spending pattern, which is much lesser than an American consumer's, right? So the challenge that is not, but the thing is our data is valuable because these models train on that data. So if you are going to take 1/6 or 1/5 of humanity and say you are not going to have access to this model, your model is going to be a weaker one for all you know, right? So you're not going to stop exposing your model to us, is at least my hypothesis. But the interesting part is because we built so many applications, it's on the business side, right? We also consume these models in our business applications, right? Whatever software India is making, whether it's a TCS, whether it's Infosys, they are then making these decisions on which global model is going to be used out there, right? Yeah. So that gives us a seat at the table because finally, if you own the interface layer, you are the decider of the models. You may go for multi-model, model democracy. So that is also another seat at the table we have.
Yeah. Okay. Now, we know there's a lot of money involved, right? The cost and scale, because you need to make investments. So how equipped is India to make those investments to scale up? And what are the challenges as you see it?
So at Fluid, see, we've been working a lot, we've been working in AI for almost 12 years now, right? And till the last 3 years, we've never worked with an Indian public sector company, right? Because we always said, hey, there's never the budget there, and this is a very bureaucratic thing. What was very interesting to us, in the last year, we have done multiple projects. $1 million plus projects with the public sector. So what we are seeing is there's intent. 2, there is the money power to back this up. And 3, they want to go sovereign on it. So they are spending not just from the perspective of saying, okay, just get a global model and we'll do it on the cloud. GPU layer, foundational model layer, saying, okay, we may not have that right now. Use multiple foundational models, fine-tune them for India, and get them in the business application, right? So India is ready to invest. The government is putting in money, whether the India AI mission, etc. Yeah. But the challenge is always going to be, is the money directed appropriately? And I think that's where we are going to see sort of the next year or two play out.
Okay. So because you mentioned sovereign foundation model, so do you strongly believe that we should go in for a sovereign foundation model fast or focus on regulating and adapting global ones?
I think both go hand in hand, right? Because now to say that a sovereign model can just emerge out of there, we don't know, right? Because a lot of this is science and technology, law of probabilities. You may get one in the next 3 months. There may be a kid sitting in a garage we don't know about, just like DeepSeek, right? Came out of nowhere. Yeah. No one expected China to bring something so beautiful out there. They did. So this could come anytime, any minute. But having said that, till then, let's regulate the global ones, right? We don't necessarily need to over-regulate. We don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But there can be certain regulation to ensure that where is our data going? How is it going? How is it being used? How are our users being affected by the biases in these models? Can we at least tell the global players to be a little more cognizant of that? Till then, let's keep on investing on the Indian model side. And Indic models, right? I think that's where Indian companies will only bring Indic models out.
Okay. Now, of course, we spoke about the government's interest in AI. They've kept a large chunk of the budget aside for AI in the last budget. And I'm sure they'll do it in this budget as well. We'll have to wait and watch. What do you think is missing today, or are they doing enough on, let's say, the national AI mission? Do you think the government is lacking somewhere, or they need to speed up something in the AI sector? How do you see the government play a role in the building of this the Indian Indic model?
So I think eventually, if you look at the global players also, right, like the government at most can set up the playground, right? It has to be the the players in the field that carried it out, right? If you see what was America's government's contribution to OpenAI, yes, they set up a good education system. They had researchers come in. That's about it. China also, when DeepSeek came out, it's coming out from these labs, etc., which have connection just to the education layer, right? So I feel if the government can empower good research and technology development to happen in the country, we get the talent that can not only go ahead and implement AI at an inference layer, but at a training layer. That's all they can do, right? But they've gone beyond, right? We are doing India AI mission, they're spending on the GPUs, they're trying to create sovereignty, etc. That's all good. But in the end, the raw material is the researchers, is the developers who build these models and take it forward. Right?
Oh, great. Okay, then I'll go to that question now. On the question of talent and brain drain, right? A lot of, in fact, the founding team of OpenAI and the guys who created ChatGPT, there were many Indians on it.
Correct.
Right? And some of the biggest players, I mean, of course, we have fantastic talent here. I mean, Fluid AI is one example. We have a lot of talent, but many of them choose to go abroad, choose to study abroad, choose to start off there, right? What can the government do to reverse that? I mean, especially in the field of AI, maybe.
So I think it's still, this is a massive capital game, right? If you see the investments both OpenAI and Anthropic or Google are making, there are billions and billions of dollars that are being spent to train models which may or may not perform, right? But when it comes to India's risk-taking appetite, if there is someone with that kind of mentality that he wants to create a foundational model, not play at the inference or interface layer, but go all in, it's not just about the government giving the capital, right? Because India, there's capital required in so many places, the government can just do that much.
Yeah.
It's about attracting the capital in, right? If you see over the last few years, the soft banks of the world, etc., their investments in India have gone down rather than up, right?
Yeah.
Now, whether that's a part of tax policy, whether that's a part of just getting this capital into the country, we need to sort of incentivize foundational capital coming into the country, right? Otherwise, we are going to have grounds-up innovation everywhere. That's happening at a massive scale anyway. But if we want to do foundational stuff, one, yes, let's government direct it, which the government is doing a brilliant job with India AI mission, etc. But I guess the second piece is to get these massive pools of capital which are waiting, which know India has the talent, to somehow attract that back so that the Sam Altmans of India can also invest billions of dollars and do that. Seen some elements of that already, right? Whether it be Google set up the facility in Vizag or with Microsoft's investments, etc. The compute power is coming. So I think we are almost there and the government's on the right track.
Are you hoping for some policy change in the budget on that? Or have you guys put forward that point of view to the government?
I think essentially yes. As a community of AI enthusiasts or as AI companies, I think everyone's telling the government is that the request is only one, right? Just open the floodgates of capital. Because the risk capital can come to India. India can be the innovator out here.
Yeah.
Very thankful for the government's investments in the India AI mission. I think that's where, and the kind of capacity building the government's doing, right? Hundreds of millions of dollars being spent on the GPU chip layer.
Yeah.
And then the preference for sort of saying, at least in local sourcing contracts, to say, can we use Indic models? Can we use Indian companies to implement this? So that's already happening. I think just the risk capital now needs to come in.
Okay. Speaking about Fluid AI, so how does Fluid AI fit into this ecosystem? And, how are you guys building a foundational tech apparatus?
So for us, I think what we've done is we've gone up a layer above the foundational layer. We are saying we built the no-code agentic AI layer. So, and that's been allowing us to do multiple use cases, right? So everything from collections to customer support to things like inventory management, right? So for someone like an HPCL, we're doing 24 Gen AI use cases. For a NABARD, we're doing 14 Gen AI use cases. Obviously, the global players, it's about 40, 50 agents, right? Yeah. So what we've done is we've abstracted away all the complexity of launching an AI agent. We've said the models can rest beneath, and we work with both global, Indian players, open source models, etc. And at the top, our customers then get an agentic platform to play with, right?
In fact, you spoke about you creating an AI avatar of Warren Buffett. You want to talk about it? Because recently what struck most of us is we had this debate, Arnab versus AI. Okay, fantastic debate. Because what was fascinating is how AI was responding to, let's say, an Aravali issue.
Correct.
Right? Because these are questions where biases / policy comes into play.
True.
And that was a testing question, which I felt was interesting, the kind of responses that came in. So I'll get to that. But tell me a little bit about your, this AI avatar of Warren Buffett and what kind of, patents that you guys are getting into now.
So that was a very interesting aspect, right? For the 100-year anniversary of Forbes, they had Warren Buffett on the cover. And they said, typically an interview happens like this, right? A journalist asking questions, but they said, Warren is such a known personality, can each reader ask him his own questions? So we created this AI avatar, this is way back in 2017-18, wherein we trained it on all of Warren's books, his interviews, his letters, and it performed as a Warren itself. So you could ask him about marriage, you could ask him about Bitcoin, you could ask him his opinion on Trump, etc. And it would answer as a Warren itself. And I remember showing it to Warren himself and saying, hey, we've created this, and he tested it out, and he said, at the end of it, he said, hey, you made me immortal. And to hear it from the great man, the Oracle of Omaha himself, to say that this is a technology that enabled him to sort of say, anyone can now have a one-on-one conversation, right? Yeah. And if you see Arnab versus AI, it's the same thing, right? In terms of you have a debate, not just with one individual, you have it with a conscious, right? Because the AI is a stream of thousands and thousands of data sources that have sort of learned from, and he's debating with a personality like Arnab. So I think what it does is it really democratizes the ability, right? Now a student wants to ask Warren about how he learned, whereas someone in his 70s wants to ask Warren about maybe, how he's so productive in his later years.
Yes.
Each of them could have that conversation.
Correct. Yeah. Now, there was this fear that AI would take away jobs. Maybe it has impacted a few sectors, but largely in our field, I don't see much of an impact. In fact, AI is an enabler.
Correct.
So much so that we have to sometimes tell our journalists in the newsroom, please stop using AI, to write scripts or to people use it as a search engine. I didn't know that. That is so crazy.
It's the default search engine.
Yeah, my point is it's an enabler. It's not really taking away jobs, at least. So how do you see AI enable Indians going ahead?
So I think one thing is there about India is that we were very entrepreneurial as a society, right? Yeah. We've always been a society where there have been entrepreneurs everywhere. The challenge is, as we became more formalized as an economy, the challenge became that where do you get so much talent to sort of perform for you? I think with AI agents, which are you're becoming an orchestrator of your life, right? You have an agent for sales, you have an agent for marketing, you have an agent for HR, right? Yeah. So this is going to get India back into that entrepreneurial future, because now, an 18-year-old with a great idea, he doesn't need to build a team of 40, 50 people. Maybe 6, 7 of them come together. They say, hey, we use all these different AI agents to get things done. Yeah. But they can be a smaller company, but there'll be thousands of such smaller companies. Whereas earlier we have only one behemoth of 100, right? Yeah. So this is the opportunity we have as a nation to use this entrepreneurial talent to give them these agents to empower them, right?
Yeah. Okay, so my last question to you. So if India has to build its own ChatGPT, what are the 5 things we need to do as a country?
One is talent, right? I think we need to ensure that the talent is there, because this is a talent game, right? One part is the talent we need to grow, and one part is the talent we may need to bring back, maybe with incentives, etc.
Okay.
2, why will this talent come back? Capital, right? They need the risk capital that needs to come into this, right?
Yeah.
3, we need to have appropriate regulation, right? Not over-regulate this, but not under-regulate it either, right? There needs to be sort of that balance, which I think the government's trying to set up.
Yeah.
4, I think, is we need to let this give it time, right? This is a journey we are on with the rest of the world. Yeah. We cannot get overexcited by saying, oh, we don't have a model yet, we're dependent on China and the USA. Yes, there is some dependence, but there's dependence on us in other areas as well. Our talent also drives a lot, our data drives them. So patience is needed. This is a 2 to 3, 5-year decadal game. We'll do that. 5 is unique approaches, right? I think reasoning models, right? A lot of obsession right now is with large language models, which in 22 changed the game. But small reasoning models, and there's a lot of theoretical paper, I won't bore your viewers with that, which say that there are step change. It's not a linear game wherein you evolve from an LLM into a reasoning model, right? They're almost an alternate path, which are multi-factor more intelligent. So maybe India doesn't necessarily need to play the large language model game. It needs to play the reasoning model game. Okay. That's where our investments need to go. So we can be very innovative there as well.
And you're saying all of this is possible in the next 1.5 years?
Indic-wise, yes. Mm-hmm. Maybe on a global model, maybe it may take 3-5 years. Okay. But yes, a good, stable Indic model which is used across languages, definitely 1.5 years.
Okay, my really last question. How big is AI, how much more is the AI industry projected to grow in India, let's say, over the next 1 year?
I think there really is no answer to that, Niranjan. I think everything is AI. I think now to say that there's a non-AI and an AI economy, that question does not exist, right? any field, agriculture, industry, manufacturing, banking, insurance, everything is AI enabled in some sense, right? What percentage of AI is there in that part? That's going to be a question mark. Eventually, it will be a massive percentage of any industry. And service industry even more so, right? You're seeing it in media, right? AI generating scripts, enabling our journalists to be more productive, all of that. So I wouldn't say there is a number that the AI economy grows to. It's a percentage that it grows to, right? So it's 30%, 50% of the real economy in the next 10, 12 years.
It's fantastic. Thank you for speaking to us, Raghav Agarwal.
Thank you, Niranjan.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy, telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then? Will you be able to protect Taiwan? Will you be able to protect American bases in the Pacific? I mean, this hasn't been thought through. Israel, to save itself from the missiles of Iran, which cost 50.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
gentlemen, thank you for staying with us this Saturday. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2 p.m. with me, Oyana Mitra. Viewers, Republic TV is closely tracking the death investigation of real estate tycoon C.J. Roy in Bengaluru, especially after his family has claimed that he was harassed for months by IT department officials. We'll get you the latest on that and a lot more, but first the headlines. Home Minister Amit Shah launched a scathing attack on Mamata Banerjee in Bengal, says Chief Minister opposed Vande Mataram to appease infiltrators. Real estate tycoon C.J. Roy found dead in Bengaluru office. Family claims he was harassed for months by IT department. Late NCP leader Ajit Pawar's wife Sunetra to take oath as Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister. Key meetings underway. NCP SP Chief Sharad Pawar says he was not apprised of Sunetra's oath-taking, but family united in making decisions best for the state of Maharashtra. Pakistan's annual propaganda takes center stage. Pro-India Kashmiri voices targeted by terror group proxies. Breaking news coming in from Maharashtra at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen. NCP legislative meeting is soon to elect Sunetra Pawar, and following the tragic death of former and late Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar in the plane crash, his wife Sunetra Pawar has accepted the proposal to take over as Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and now a party meeting to elect her as legislative leader of the NCP is underway. In fact, as we speak, we understand that there are hectic parleys that are currently going on in Mumbai, in Baramati. Earlier, in fact, it was Ajit Pawar's son, Parth Pawar, who had met Sharad Pawar over his earlier comment that he was not apprised about Sunetra Pawar taking over the reins of Ajit Pawar and taking oath as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. A key legislative party meeting is underway at the moment as we speak. And Sunetra Pawar is officially supposed to set to take charge as the leader of NCP and later in the evening take oath. Let me go across to my colleague Alisha, who joins us live from the newsroom with more details. Alisha, over to you. Take us through the latest developments that you're picking up.
Well, what we know that all senior NCP MLAs and the leaders have already reached Vidhan Bhavan, and it is any time from now where Sunetra Pawar is also going to reach Vidhan Bhavan, where there will be a legislative party meeting, and importantly it is confirmed that Sunetra Pawar will be elected as the leader of the legislative party. This is after the sentiment that's come from the people of Maharashtra, especially NCP, where at one point they have been speaking about the merge of both the faction, and it is something Ajit Pawar been doing it since 3 months. Has been told by the NCP ministers and the MLA, clearly mentioning that Ajit Pawar always wanted to both the factions should come together, and that's where now there will be a merger and there will be a final announcement that is going to come in the coming days. But what we know so far that Sunetra Pawar, who is going to reach Vidhan Bhavan, firstly there will be a legislative party meeting which has been called by the NCP, and they are going to elect Sunetra Pawar as the leader of the legislative party, followed by where Sunetra Pawar is going to reach Raj Bhavan, because the preparation is already underway. There are preparations for her to become the Maharashtra's first woman Deputy Chief Minister. It is going to happen at around 5 p.m. is what we have been told. And also, before that, she is going to submit her resignation over the Rajya Sabha MP, because that is where she will be elected as a leader of a legislative party, after which she will be going to take oath as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
All right, Alisha, thank you very much for joining us and giving us those details. Keeping a close watch on what's happening in Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen, as Sunetra Pawar is all set to take charge as the Deputy Chief Minister of the state. tracking that closely for you. For the moment, viewers, we move on to more breaking news updates coming in on the death investigation of business tycoon CJ Roy. The income tax officials have now submitted a detailed clarification to the Ministry of Home Affairs in connection with the case. Sources, in fact, suggest that IT officials have categorically stated that they did not exert any pressure on CJ Roy during the course of the investigation. And this clarification comes as the family members of business tycoon CJ Roy had claimed that he was being harassed for months by income tax officials. He was continuously being summoned by them. He was being grilled. There was certain amount of pressure that was being exerted on Roy months prior to his death. And this is something that has been mentioned by the family members and specifically the brother of business tycoon CJ Roy. In fact, earlier today, the brother gave a full detailed statement wherein he has mentioned harassment by the IT officials. Let's take a listen into that reaction first. All right, we'll come back. We'll play that bite out for you in just a short while, viewers. But these are the latest developments that we are picking up to take you a bit through the background of this case. On 3 p.m. on Friday, as we understand, CJ Roy had arrived at the office to give a statement to the IT officials. IT official raids were being conducted in this Langford Road office in Bengaluru for months prior to that. He had proceeded to his cabin. He had spoken to his mother in his cabin. And before I take you through the full sequence of details, let's first listen in to that response that had come in from his brother.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು 10:40 ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 2 ಸತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್ ಏನೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ
ಐಟಿ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ 3 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೌದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 3ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಂದ 6ನೇ ತಾರೀಕುವರೆಗೆ ಇದ್ರು ಅವರು. ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗ ಏನು ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರವರು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅಂತ IRS ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕೊಚ್ಚಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಏನು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಾನು ಹೋಗೋ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಾಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
All right, viewers, so that was the response that came in from the brother of CJ Roy, who has claimed that the investigating authorities should really have a conversation, full-fledged investigation into the case, the charges that were leveled by the Income Tax Department, and specifically the harassment claims that have now been made by the family. Republic Kannada closely tracking that story for you viewers. For the moment, let's quickly move on to everything else that is making news across the country at this hour. Armed robbery in open daylight has been reported as unknown assailants opened fire on a man and then fled with 6 lakh rupees in cash at SBI's main branch in Koti, leaving the man hospitalized. The Hyderabad police have now launched a massive manhunt to track down all the culprits and recover the cash. BJP leader and former MLA H. Raja was hospitalized yesterday after he collapsed during an event organized by a media house. He was administered first aid by the former Telangana governor, Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, before being taken to the hospital. Doctors have now said that his condition is stable. Our viewers, now the India-European Union Free Trade Agreement, which has been hailed as the mother of all deals and watched closely globally, is a milestone in Europe and India's bilateral trade and a new chapter in India's growth story. This deal is set to register a quarter of the growth, is set to constitute about 25% of the of the worldwide trade sector, and India's terror neighbor, Pakistan, is clearly rattled by India's growth economically and by this new chapter in India-EU trade relations. Take a look at this report.
And right after Davos, the next weekend, I will travel to India. There's still work to do, but we are on the cusp of a historic trade agreement. Indeed, some call it the mother of all deals. Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals.
यह सिर्फ ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट नहीं है, यह साझा समृद्धि का नया ब्लूप्रिंट है.
Question is that there has been a lot of talk about India-EU negotiations and finalization of trade talk. The business community in Pakistan, who had an edge over their exports over the competitors from the region because of the GSP plus, now they worry about loss of around $10 billion of their edge. Whether Pakistan is also doing something because our GSP plus is ending next year, and what will be the fate of exports of Pakistan in terms of the competitors from the region? Thank you, sir.
Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals. We are creating a market of 2 billion people, and this is the tale of two giants, the world's second and fourth largest economies, two giants who choose partnership in a true win-win fashion. A strong message that cooperation is the best answer to global challenges. And by combining these strengths, we reduce strategic dependencies at a time when trade is increasingly weaponized.
यह सिर्फ ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट नहीं है, यह साझा समृद्धि का नया ब्लूप्रिंट है. आज ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में बड़ी उथल-पुथल है. ऐसे में भारत और यूरोपियन यूनियन की साझेदारी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सिस्टम में स्थिरता को मजबूती देगी.
Question is that there has been a lot of talk about India-EU negotiations and finalization of trade talk. The business community in Pakistan, who had an edge over their exports over the competitors from the region because of the GSP plus. Now they worry about loss of around $10 billion of their edge. Whether Pakistan is also doing something because our GSP plus is ending next year, and what will be the fate of exports of Pakistan in terms of the competitors from the region? Thank you, sir.
The India-EU trade, first of all, we are aware of this agreement. We have seen reports and as well as the content. Pakistan maintains long-standing, friendly, and mutually beneficial relations with the EU. The EU GSP Plus scheme for Pakistan has proven to be a win-win template for bilateral cooperation, both for Pakistan and EU. And imports of textile and apparel from Pakistan to EU cater for the consumer market, providing them with uninterrupted supply of affordable goods through the arrangement. And the total volume between our two sides stand close to over 12 billion euros. We remain committed to further strengthening relations with the EU in all areas of mutual interest, including trade. This matter came under discussion during the strategic dialogue held late last year, where our Deputy Prime Minister conducted this strategic dialogue with his EU counterpart. This matter came under discussion also in our numerous subsequent engagements with the EU side and also with the constituents of EU, like, for example, the latest bilateral political consultations with Belgium, and indeed with all other EU member states. We take up this matter bilaterally with the EU member states and also collectively with the EU headquarters in Brussels.
All right, viewers, we move on to a big international headline that we're tracking at the moment. This is breaking news coming in from the United States, where the US government has now ended a partial shutdown after the Congress failed to pass the 2026 budget. Now, the partial federal government shutdown came hours after the Senate met a last-minute deadline to approve a revised package of government funding bills. But as per news reports, the House is not expected to approve the changes until Monday at the earliest. The US Senate voted on Friday to separate out extended funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It was after reaching a deal with the White House to put that off for 2 weeks to negotiate Democrats' demands for restrictions on immigration and customs enforcement, including requiring agents to wear body cameras turned on, to wear no masks. Let me go across to my colleague Ishita, who joins me live from the newsroom with more details. Ishita, tell us what state of, is the Trump administration really in at the moment, given this shutdown? It's not something new. This is something that we've seen over the last many months.
Right, of course, this is the second shutdown we are witnessing in, let's say, a period of a year. And right now, it's a partial shutdown. This is after the U.S. Congress failed to meet its deadline, the midnight deadline, to pass the full 2026 budget. So we're looking at impact on several departments from housing, health, education, defense. About 3/4 of federal operations are going to be impacted, and these are the departments that have now begun their formal operations for this shutdown. The big question is this a longer shutdown or a partial one? Well, it is only a partial shutdown set to last only for the weekend, as the U.S. House will be meeting next early this week, and they're going to pass the funding bills. Remember, the point of contention and the reason this shutdown has come into place is not because of fiscal math, but because of the deadlock between the Democrats and Republicans over the funding that would be given to the Department of Homeland Security. Ayana, we have been covering this as well. A lot of backlash coming over the death of 2 protesters, especially at the hands of ICE agents. So there has been a lot of contention from the Democratic side. They have been outraging over the funding that would be given to the Department of Homeland Security, which is what led to the contention and the disagreement, leading to the U.S. Congress missing the deadline, missing the midnight deadline to pass this bill. But of course, a partial shutdown at this point, because Washington does not have an appetite also for a longer shutdown. Remember, the last shutdown that U.S. witnessed lasted for about 43 days.
Right, Ishita, thank you very much for joining us and giving us those details. Viewers, let's move on to what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir as the threat of sniping looms large on the Indo-Pak border. The Border Security Force is carrying out patrolling near the international border with major drone spottings. The BSF has intensified vigil. My colleague Gursimran will bring you more.
On the international border, the threat is also of the direct sniping by the adversary on the troops of the Border Security Force. And for the same, the BSF has also inducted its bulletproof fleet into the border guarding areas. Right now, we are reporting from the Samba sector of the Indo-Pakistan international border, where you will see that these vehicles of the Border Security Force, they are manning round the clock. They are manning these borders in the areas that have a direct threat of sniping from the adversary. And especially in these areas, when we are days to the new year, the threat looms large on the troops on ground. And as we speak here, you will see that these bulletproof vehicles, they are marching on the ground at the Indo-Pakistan international border. What is the speciality? The speciality continues to be that these bulletproof vehicles, the troops do not need to come out of the vehicle. Even while heavy firing takes place, here you will see that from all the sides covered, these jawans of the BSF have an advanced positioning and an advantage when it comes to the border guarding duties. How they can give adversary a befitting reply? Here you will see that these jawans of the Border Security Force, they have got their weapon out. From this place, they can see also for a 360-degree view. What they do, that they have these specialized 360-degree cameras on both front and the rear side of this area, so that these areas can be, this entire area can be monitored. And now as we move, there are also the large bulletproof bunkers that have also been inducted into the operations. These are the other bulletproof bunkers that have been inducted into the operations. So these are depending upon the areas that BSF actually caters with. Here as you move, you will see barrel of the guns. First barrel, second barrel and the third barrel. These barrels of the guns are towards the adversary. They are looking into the threat prone area.
All right, viewers, it's time for us to slip into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll continue to track the latest developments from Maharashtra, where this evening Sunitra Pawar set to take oath as the Deputy Chief Minister. Stay with us.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard yet. There are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. they've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly immature and foolish if United States still decided to go in. There is no surprise any longer. In June last year, the United States had gained surprised by the perfidy of saying we are going to have talks, and then they attacked while the talks had just started. So they were able to surprise the Iranians, who didn't want to really go in for a fight, right? But the simple fact is, now they know it is a question of survival. It is a question of existential threat to that regime. So will Donald Trump still go in? He is building up forces. He is now tried to create a second off-ramp. This is an air exercise. Let Iran talk about the nuclear option. I mean, all talk of the regime, overthrow, change of regime, gone, finito. Now it's all back to the nuclear option. That means even if you are
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. You know, Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular. So like I said, a sophisticated
Upcoming fireside conversation explores how artificial intelligence is reshaping the creator journey, from audience discovery and content optimization to revenue predictability and brand-led entrepreneurship. So please welcome for this conversation the dynamic founding duo of Digital Scholar, Mr. Saurav Jain and Mr. Rishi Jain, on the stage as they unpack Reels to Revenue, India's AI leap, in conversation with Himanshu Shekhar, editor for digital videos and news operations, Republic TV.
Thank you, Rakshita. We have with us Saurav and Rishi Jain, and they both are founder of Digital Scholar, and that is, they work to educate people on AI use, AI content, and the nuances of it. So Saurav, Rishi, thank you. You guys are doing a wonderful job. Tell us what exactly, when you talk about AI education, what exactly it means.
First of all, thank you for having us here, and hello everyone. So when we talk about AI education, we teach students about generative AI. We also teach students about agentic AI. We literally try to help them understand that from an awareness level of AI, how do you go into execution level and define workflows that makes their personal life easier, and also it makes their life easier at work too.
So basically, we have, like you have worked with thousands of professionals and students. What is the most important, what is the most often asked question that people come up to you guys?
I think most people ask me this question that will AI kill my job? And that's a common question everybody has. But my answer is AI is not here to kill your job, but a lot of roles are going to get rewritten today. And there are two important reality checks that we need to look at. Number one, that a lot of repetitive tasks like the first level sales call or screening of profiles, all of this is going to be replaced with AI. In fact, people will be hired to judge and to add creativity or add their thoughts to what AI is actually bringing as an output. And second important thing, AI itself is giving birth to a lot of AI-based job roles, like, for example, AI content creators, or for that matter, AI automation specialist or AI research analyst. So there's massive scope of you to get into spaces like that. Company may not be calling out jobs like that directly, but they're possibly looking for somebody who understands AI and can actually wear multiple hats at the same point of time. So I would say AI is not killing jobs, but people who will master AI is likely to replace those human beings who have not mastered it. Remember, India is moving away from degree economy to a proof economy, and AI is going to give you that proof faster and at a very young age. Rishi, what would you like to add here?
Yeah, so there is a difference between AI is automating tasks, not jobs. Now, what are tasks which are repetitive things?
It's automating tasks. Very important for our listeners and young students to understand. It's automating tasks.
Tasks and not jobs.
Not jobs, okay.
Right?
Elaborate
so what are
that.
tasks which are the repetitive things you do at your work, right? You're going from step A to step B to step C. And this is being done by something called as AI agents. Now, I'll give you an example. There's a teammate of mine who does social media execution, where they're supposed to go on platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, and take my video and go and upload and rewrite the captions according to the character limit on that. But I could use an AI agent which can just pick the video. It can transcribe the video, understand the context. It'll go directly talk to ChatGPT and create captions for me for different platforms and publish it for me, right? So this is a task that is getting automated. Now, second ground reality is that a lot of students and working professionals that I work with are not identifying themselves with jobs. They want to become creators and freelancers, right? So there's a placement cell in my institute. We have a lot of job openings, but a lot of students do not want to apply because the line of work they want to get is to become creators. And there is a report by Google, by YouTube India, which says that people who took the survey, more than 80% identify themselves as creator. That's the line of work they want to get into. Not engineers, not MBA, not doctors. That is where they're headed. And we're talking about second and third tier city respondents.
So assume I am an engineer. I have just passed out. I have got my BTech degree. What do I need to do to upskill myself in AI?
So there are 3 levels of AI that anybody has to master, no matter which industry you come from. Level 1 is AI literacy and prompt engineering, which is basically understanding what are LLMs, which models work for what kind of use case, what is context window. Like how we wanted to learn about computers in 1990s, you have to have some understanding of AI. And then there is prompt engineering, which is talking to robots and getting the output that you want. Now, here's the thing that everybody can do. Like if you just type the word, what is physics, in one word on ChatGPT, you'll get a different answer. Okay. You type that on Grok, you'll get a different answer. You type on Perplexity, you get a different answer. And that is where they're stochastic in nature, right? So how can you train and how can you get the output that you want is really important. And that's something which is level 1, prompt engineering. Level 2 is mastering generative AI tools. Now there are about 10 to 20 generative AI tools that can solve a lot of your work problems and make you more productive and all of it. So identify what is it that you can automate at your workplace. Pick 3 to 5 tools out of it, right? Now, if you don't have an understanding that where can you learn about these AI tools, you can actually go to a platform called as lmarena.ai, where all the top models of the world are listed for what use case. So let's say you want to become a web developer. You can go to this platform and see what people are liking, which particular model, and what are the top 10 ones. So you can go and explore, have platform mastery, and do better job up there. And then level 3 is AI agents, which is those autonomous systems that can automate those tasks without you lifting a finger. And there are a lot of platforms again for this. Like for example, you can, for basic level, you can master Google Opal. For intermediate level, you can use platforms like Gumloop. And for advanced levels, you can use platforms like N8 and all of it. So if you do 3 levels of mastery, you can actually, learn a bit of AI and do better there.
Saurav and Rishi, you are telling us what all tools and what are the advanced stages of tools. Now I have a very basic question. I am a father, I am a parent, and we have a 10-year or a 12-year-old kid. So do I need to tell her like you focus on your writing skills, or what are the AI, or probably rely on the tools that you have and give better prompts? So that's a dilemma that I'm having. Should I tell her to read books and get deep and frame your own questions, or should I teach her to ask better prompts?
I think you need to really teach your kids today how to define workflows using AI. Okay. Now, predominantly, it's become part of our lives, and you can see kids themselves are talking to ChatGPT, and that's the first thing that we are noticing with kids these days. They're not even typing, they're talking, they're having conversations out there. So you need to really make them understand how can they actually start defining AI workflows in their processes so that it becomes easier, because today it's not about AI. For me, just doesn't stand for artificial intelligence, but also all of India should master it at this point of time. So I think that there needs to be a clear distinguishing factor between teaching them what it is to be real and also what it is to derive out of artificial intelligence. So they need to really understand this, because it's also about their ability to think, their ability to judge, and ability to add creativity on top of AI. And that is something that we can't discount.
Yeah, so adding on to it, I'm very bullish on the fact that if you give a learning assistant to a student, and if you give a teaching AI assistant to a teacher and put them in the same room, every average student will become a great student. Right? Because students can actually break down complex topics and learn something much faster, right? We call this something called a shadow syllabus. They're learning on their own, and students are learning how to learn, which is fantastic.
So that brings to my next question. Do you think our universities, schools have that in their syllabus, or they need to redefine their syllabus with what's happening in the world of AI? Are we equipped? You would like to suggest something?
So, I would say that colleges and universities are doing very well in upgrading their curriculums. They're trying to bring in AI courses. They're trying to train their teachers and upskilling them. So a lot of things are happening there. But the reality is that it's not able to catch up with how the innovations are happening in the world of
Across the
AI.
world.
So students are bringing their own AI, right? They're upskilling by themselves. They are trying to, again, break down complex topics into simpler ones. And I believe that, the future of work is not corporate ladder. It's going to be a portfolio of projects. So students are using AI to build a lot of projects. They're trying to build microsas. They're trying to bring in scripts. They're trying to become freelancers and create those portfolio of projects altogether. So a lot of work is being done on the student side, and also colleges and universities are trying to catch up as well.
I would like to add to this that students are not waiting for permission, or they're not waiting for college to upgrade their curriculum. In fact, they understand that in 2026, AI literacy is the new literacy, and they can't afford to be an AI illiterate, and that's become an important part of their lives. Also, like how Rishi said, shadow syllabus, students are bringing their tech stacks, finding their mentors, finding their gurus on YouTube, and they're actually learning from them directly. And that's basically very interesting. Now, we're just talking from a student standpoint, but also look at it from an academics or university standpoint. In Rajasthan, there is a user case there. An app called Sikshak was deployed by the government bodies, and more than 400,000 students were evaluated using Sikshak app. Now, what happened? A teacher used to take almost about 4 to 5 minutes to evaluate a child, now started taking only 40 to 50 seconds, and it's giving real-time insights to students. So if you notice, there is a balance between how universities and how students are going to make use of AI with time. And that balance is going to make both look much smarter on the stage.
I have another question to this, like universities, ICSE board, CBSE, the state boards, the Rajasthan board, the Tamil Nadu board, have they changed? Have they taken this aspect that, okay, there is an AI revolution happening across the world? You talk about the China schools in Japan. I am told that schools in Japan, that's a must in their syllabus now. So tell us, are we prepared, or we are still catching up, or there's a lot to do?
So I would like to answer that. See, I think schools are very worried about AI, specifically teachers, because students are now asking a lot of questions, right? They become more curious because they can just go and ask ChatGPT, and then they're cross-questioning a lot to the teachers. And a lot of teachers come to me and say, hey, can you tell me my students are using a lot of, they're using AI. Can I find a plagiarism tool? Can I check whether they are using AI or not? And I think in my mind, why can't we change the evaluation system, right? We usually evaluate on the basis of memorization of a student, or we're looking at how well they copied from this particular side to this side. But what if the evaluation becomes how well they prompted, right? How was the logic used? What was the outcome, and did the student understand? So I think schools have to start accepting that this is going to be the new normal, where students will be using AI, and we accept it, and we actually change our evaluation mechanism altogether.
Okay, now we discussed about the syllabus and all. How is India consuming AI? You have worked with universities and students pretty closely. So tell us, how is India, how is Bharat consuming AI?
I think one of the most important thing here is we need to really think about voice first, because if you notice that a lot of Gen Zs are actually not typing on ChatGPT or any AI models. They're actually having a conversation. And since you're talking about Bharat market, people are actually absolutely comfortable in talking in the languages that they're most comfortable in with AI. So that's how they've built their relationships. Second, I've seen massive consumption of AI videos and production of AI videos in the market today. Right from, you will see a cat's love story, or a dog dancing, or baby doing an anchoring out there. In fact, let's say there is, you will see Muni or monks like Prem Anandji Maharaj going viral on Instagram. At the same point of time, there is a Tibetan monk which is completely AI developed called Young Mun, and he's also going viral, and instantly in just a matter of few days, he's got 2.5 million. So people are actually accepting AI avatars. And that's why there is birth of virtual influencers in the market. Like influencers like Kyra and Imma are making a lot of money on the internet, because the brands are finding it absolutely amazing to work with them because of all the creative freedom, and also that they're not creating any controversies. So I believe that this is how India is consuming content at this point of time.
Yeah. So there is an interesting YouTube channel called as Bandar Apna Dost. And according to global analysts, that's one of the most highest AI viewed channels of the world, not in India alone, with 3 billion views and 3 million of subscribers. And the reason why it became viral was, according to the analysts, they made about 30 crores a year through that YouTube channel. That number may be a bit skewed, but even if they made about 5-10% of it, that's still a huge money for somebody sitting in a bedroom in Bharat, right? Now, why is this YouTube channel, or why is Bharat consuming such AI content? Two reasons. Language barrier is gone, right? There is no English tax. AI content is not English anymore, right? Anybody and everybody can create content in their vernacular language. And earlier, there was always a demand for it, but there was no studios, no cameras, no laptops, people to work and create those animated kind of videos. But what has happened with free AI tools, and also with your imagination, you can create such content. Now, second, why Bharat loves such kind of content? Because they can emotionally connect with it, right? Think about it. There are gods coming on your mobile screen and actually giving you life lessons. There's cows giving you wisdom. There's dogs and cats talking and dancing. It's actually not technology, it's storytelling at its best, right? We grew up hearing the stories, and these stories are becoming reality. People can connect it with it so much. They're liking it, they're sharing it. And I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg. There's going to be so much more AI content produced and consumed as well.
All right, Saurav, Rishi, which story? And I often ask people who work closely with AI world, can a kid go on and become a Ruskin Bond? Can that creativity of a writer, I tell my team, there are a lot of people might be sitting here, I'm not pretty sure, but yeah, I can see a couple of faces here. I say you cannot outsource your writing to a Gemini or a Chat GPT, and then, like you told, like teachers ask you, we are also kind of, you can say, a kind of a teacher, a mentor here on floor when people come up with their article and we find that, okay, this looks like a complete Chat GPT or a Gemini. So now my question to you is, can that be also, will that also be taken up by AI? Can AI make you a good writer, a good, you can say, a good poet?
Okay, I'll give you a user case here. So what I generally do when I want to write something and I want to pour my thoughts out there, I share my ideas with ChatGPT, and then I start picking up my favorite authors in the world. And then I say, ChatGPT, can you please ensure whatever I have written, can you rewrite this in the thoughts or in the writing process of this particular author? Let's say I would say Ruby Dhal for that matter. And eventually all my thoughts will start coming in the pattern that that particular author writes. So you will notice that you can see a sea of difference in your ideas with multiple authors' perspective. So at least from learning your ideas and trying to bring dimensions of different authors, I would still use AI. So at that level, my ideas can go onto AI, but I will let AI do the polishing. I will let AI do all the things that will make it absolutely conversational or the style I want a consumer to read. So I will let that process be dependent on AI.
What are the tools you would recommend to increase productivity?
Okay. I think for increasing productivity at workplace, I would highly recommend people use Firefly's AI or Otter.ai. Now, these are AI assistants who can become part of your Zoom calls or G Meets. Now, what they do is they actually start transcribing everything that you've conversed. It will give you minutes of the meeting. Now, you can take that minutes of the meeting and go on to Notebook LM, or you can go on to ChatGPT and ask what was the major points being discussed, or you can actually make a mind map out of it. So you don't have to waste time in listening to the entire conversation. That's the first thing. Second, I would highly recommend that people start using Gamma app and Pitch. This will help you in creating great presentations. And it's just not about getting your designs done on Canva. Like, this is also from getting your thoughts to developing your thoughts to converting into a format of design. So these are two of my favorite tools which has actually helped me save a lot of my time. Like yesterday I had a pitch to do and I had less time. I had only 30 minutes. So I used Gamma to create a social media pitch deck and I presented to the client and actually won that client because of AI.
So I would say that if you want to increase your productivity, there's Notebook LM by Google, which is free of cost, and it can act like a thinking partner for you, right? So let's say thinking partner, okay. Right? So let's say you have a lot of knowledge base, or let's say you're an anchor and you want to transcribe all the meetings or all the sessions that you've done in the past. You can transcribe it and you can upload it as a source on this particular platform. And your team can actually go and start looking at what kind of questions you asked in the past, right? What is your line of questioning? How do you ask a question for a particular field? So that, it's a chatbot where you can talk to your own documents and all of it, right? And most importantly, Notebook LM can also produce a lot of infographics, slides, and all of it together, right? Okay. So basically what happens is, let's say you are a manager and there's interns and new employees coming in your field. You don't have to repeat everything that's happening at your work. They can just chat with your documents and it acts like a second brain for you. Okay. So that's one of the best tools out there, which is Notebook LM. Second tool would be something like N8N, which basically is an AI agent that can automate your repetitive tasks. Like for example, I have automated my Twitter, right? Where any AI news that breaks, it picks up the information, it changes the content in the way I want, right? And it writes in my language and goes and publishes on Twitter with a picture. Right? So that's something is fully automated.
Extremely interesting, okay.
Yeah. So that same thing can happen for your LinkedIn and all of it. A lot of other use cases as well. But N8N is something that can increase your productivity because you don't have to, you can spend your time doing something else.
What about if anything goes wrong?
So there could be something called as human in the loop. So if you want to be extremely careful, what you could do is you can place yourself in between. Let's say there's an AI news that breaks, the content forms up. It can send you a WhatsApp text and you can say approved, not approved.
Okay.
Or you can even give a voiceover saying, hey, just make sure you make these changes. So again, it goes back, talks to the LLMs and comes back and then publishes. So you can have a human in the loop as well, where you can check whether it's correct or not.
Okay. So because a large part of my day goes in firefighting, that you cannot outsource this captioning to a Grok or a ChatGPT or a Gemini. And probably you were saying that, okay, we have an approval option as well. All right, that's a question that we'll be dealing with. Tell us something about, we are in the content creating industry. There are a lot of individual content creators. How people use AI to make money?
Fantastic. So I'll bring 5 perspectives here. First is research. So you can use Claude and ChatGPT to do your research. I'll tell you one simple user case here. Just go on ChatGPT and type down your Instagram username and ask it to analyze and ask it to make statements or make a statement like what is right and what is wrong. So it will analyze and give you feedback. And also you can give your competitor's username. So it will start doing that kind of an understanding.
Okay.
So it becomes all the more easier. So it acts like a social media strategist for you. That's the first thing. Second, the second important thing is about scripting. So what you can do is you can go on Instagram and search for all the viral topics. So just put your keyword and find out all the viral videos. Take one of the videos, download it, and then go on to this tool called wizard.ai and upload it. What it would do is it will actually scrape the entire script, transcribe it, and gives you the flow of that particular script. Now you can paste that on ChatGPT and understand how this particular format was done. And when you have your thoughts, you can upload your thoughts, and that thought will be changed in the format of the viral template that you've already downloaded. The third thing is video making. Now this has made my life easier. I have been traveling a lot. I've been doing a lot of corporate training, so it becomes extremely difficult for me to record reels. So I've created my AI avatar, and Rishi has also created his AI avatar using this tool called Hagen. Now we don't create content anymore. It's the AI avatar that does the content creation for us. And some people say, oh, AI content will not do great, but that's not true. My profile is still growing. Rishi moved from 10K to 200K with just his AI avatar. So without his presence, the team does the entire job by making the AI avatar communicate on my behalf. Now the question is, how do I give voice to it? And for that, you can make use of this tool called 11 Labs, where you can clone your voice, and you can just put your text that will convert into a format of voice, which you can download and upload on Hagen. And last tool is about editing. Now, everybody wants to edit like a pro. There's a fabulous tool called captions.ai, where you can just feed in the way you want editing to be done. They also have some crazy good templates, which is AI driven. You can use them, and it will convert your speaking head reel into an amazing format. And also you can just keep commanding, like how you command ChatGPT, you can command this tool, and it will keep editing your entire video like the way you want it. So this makes your life a lot more easier.
I would like to add some onto it as well. There is a lot of other ways that people are making money. One of the ways is people are using platforms like Nano Banana Pro, which is an image generation model by Gemini, Google. And what people are doing is they're creating carousels on it, right? Like mostly people use it for fun purposes, like there's some Ghibli trend, or they want to put like a rose on their ears, or they want to put like a people next to them. All of that is for fun, but there are a lot of serious people who use it to create carousels. Then they upload on Instagram, and then they put a trending audio to it. It goes viral. People are growing followers, and they're trying to monetize that attention by brand deals and trying to sell some products of theirs. That's one of it. Then they use tools like Veo 3.1, which is again by Google, to create AI videos like how I was explaining about Bandar Apna Dost, right? So they are uploading AI videos on YouTube. They're trying to monetize via YouTube as well. That's one of the ways. And third ways, people are making money by providing scripts for others. Like how you said you were talking to team and can we outsource this caption or not? You can actually use tools or features like Google Gems or ChatGPT's custom GPT, and you can predefine the output that you want, right? So you can upload and say, in our history, right, in our past, we have been using captions like these. This is my system prompt, and make sure you should only get the output in this language and this length, and this is the character and all of it. And all you have to do is just go and say, my topic for today is, let's say, AI for the world or whatever. It gives the scripts the way you want. So you can predefine and customize it. A lot of people are using it to create scripts for others as well and making money out of it.
Wonderful. It was indeed a wonderful, wonderful conversation. While Saurav, Rishi, thank you for such an insightful, and I was also like, often I asked, should I not? Should I tell people, should I tell my daughter to put this PPT on ChatGPT and get the best prompts and get it out, or should I try it to work and all? So thank you. Thanks a lot for answering all the questions in detail. I hope our audience are enriched with this conversation. Thank you, Saurav. Thank you, Rishi.
Thank you so much for having.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well, then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy, telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then? Will you be able to protect Taiwan? Will you be able to protect American bases in the Pacific? I mean, this hasn't been thought through. Israel, to save itself from the missiles of Iran, which cost $50 billion in June.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
वोट बैंक की तुष्टीकरण के कारण घुसपैठियों को खुश करने के लिए ममता बनर्जी और तृणमूल कांग्रेस वंदे मातरम का विरोध कर रही है। ममता जी,
Banerjee in Bengal says West Bengal CM opposes Vande Mataram to appease infiltrators. Real estate tycoon CJ Roy found dead in Bengaluru office. Family claims he was harassed for months by IT department. Late NCP leader Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra Pawar to take oath as Maharashtra Deputy CM. Key meeting this afternoon. NCP SP Chief Sharad Pawar says he was not apprised of Sunitra's oath taking, but family united in making decisions best for the state. Pakistan's annual propaganda takes center stage. Pro-Indian Kashmiri voices targeted by terror proxies. Welcome viewers. Our top focus at this hour coming in from Maharashtra. Late NCP leader Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra Pawar has now been elected as the leader of the Legislative Party. Now she is going to take oath as the Maharashtra Deputy CM this evening. But this crucial step has now been followed by her election as the head of the Legislative Party. Crucial development coming in from Maharashtra politics as Sunitra Pawar, the wife of late Deputy CM of Maharashtra Ajit Pawar, has now been elected as
the head of the Legislative Party. Remember, this follows a key meet, and now we expect that Sunitra Pawar will be taking oath as the Deputy CM. All right, my colleague Alisha joins me on this with more details. All right, Alisha, we understand that Sunitra Pawar has now been elected as the head of NCP, and later she's expected to take oath as the Deputy CM as well this evening.
Well, yes, there's a crucial meeting which has been underway at Vidhan Bhavan, and at the beginning where we know that all the NCP MLAs has chosen Sunitra Pawar as the leader of the Legislative Party, and she is being elected as the leader of the NCP Legislative Party. Importantly, what we know that at around 5 p.m. where Sunitra Pawar is going to take oath as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, she has already resigned from her Rajya Sabha seat because she was in Rajya Sabha member of Parliament, and she has resigned from the post of the parliamentarian where now she is being elected, and we know that at around 5 p.m. where she is going to take oath as the Deputy Chief Minister in Maharashtra. The development comes after where there was constant request that has been made by the NCP leaders, MLAs, minister, clearly saying that after Ajit Pawar it should be Sunitra Pawar who should be elected as the leader of Legislative Party, and the same information has been given to the Maharashtra Chief Minister, because before taking the oath as a Deputy Chief Minister, it is important for the MLAs and the ministers to inform the the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, which is Devendra Fadnavis. We saw that yesterday there were several senior leaders, including Praful Patel, Chhagan Bhujbal, Sunil Tatkare, who met Devendra Fadnavis at his official bungalow, and they have requested Devendra Fadnavis that it should be Sunitra Pawar who should take oath as the Deputy Chief Minister, and also requested that the portfolio that was held by Ajit Pawar should be given to the NCP.
Right. Thank you, Alisha, for putting these developments into perspective for our viewers. And we'll, of course, continue to track the oath-taking ceremony that's set to take place at 5 p.m. And now, viewers, are shifting focus to another breaking news that we're getting from Rajasthan. Now, ISI agent identified as Jaba Ram was now arrested by Rajasthan intelligence in Pokhran and is being presented before the ACJM5 court. This is for espionage activities on behalf of the Pakistani ISI. A case under the Official Secrets Act 1923 has now been registered. Investigation reveals that the accused had been in contact with the Pakistani handlers via social media. So a big arrest there in Rajasthan. A Pakistani spy, in fact, arrested. Remember, he was in contact with his Pakistani handlers via social media. Now a big arrest has been made from Rajasthan. An ISI agent identified as Jaba Ram was arrested by Rajasthan intelligence in Pokhran and now is being presented before the ACJM court. Now, my colleague Hina is joining me live on this with more details. Hina, we understand that an ISI agent has now been arrested from Pokhran and the investigation is underway. Give us more details.
Absolutely, Ishita. So this person that we're talking about, Jabaram, he is 28 years old and he comes from Jaisalmer district, and Pokhran region is where he hails from. He was arrested by Rajasthan Intelligence Police. Now, what exactly are the charges against him? Well, he came in contact with Pakistani handlers on social media. After that, he kept continuing talking to them for a very prolonged period of time. For how long, we don't know. But what is very essential to understand that he did share very sensitive information of strategic importance about the Indian Army. So this is a very sensitive case, and that is the reason why a case under Official Secrets Act has been registered against this very particular person that we're talking about.
All right, viewers, that's the big breaking news. We're getting a Pakistani ISI agent getting arrested in Pokhran. All right, viewers, moving on to another breaking news that we're getting in from Pakistan this time. 10 Pakistani security personnel have reportedly been killed in a BLA attacks. 37 BLA rebels killed after attacks at more than 12 locations, including Quetta, Nushki, Dalwandin, Pasni and Gwadar. So these are the areas, hotspot areas where the fighting has taken place between the BLA forces and the Pakistani forces. And we understand that 10 Pakistani security personnel have been killed in BLA attacks. Remember, these are the hotspot areas where fighting has been going on between the BLA forces and Pakistani forces. All right, my colleague Gursimran now joins me on this for more details. Gursimran, we understand that 10 Pakistani security personnel have been reportedly killed in the BLA attacks. It seems the fighting and the unrest in the Balochistan area continues.
Yes, and it is said to be one of the deadliest attacks that the Balochistan Liberation Army has carried out on the Pakistani security forces, because it was not a standalone attack, but it was an attack that was pre-decided, and it was a simultaneous attack that was carried out at same time at 12 locations in Quetta, Nushki, Dalbandan, and also in the Pasni and Gwadar. So Gwadar is also one of the strategic assets for the Pakistan, but that has also been targeted by the Balochistan Liberation Army. Though the BLA claims that they have also suffered casualties, but they have inflicted a large-scale damage to the Pakistani establishment, and the Pakistan so far has claimed that they have lost 10 of their soldiers in this attack. BLA is saying that their attack has not ended, and the attacks that they have carried out in the 12 areas of Balochistan, they are still underway. They are claiming that many of the locations are still under the siege, which makes it really very difficult for the Pakistani authorities to get them free from the BLA, because we know that the way BLA fighters have been carrying out back-to-back attacks and inflicting large-scale damages to the Pakistani armed forces, Pakistan is on the back foot in Balochistan, and now this major, large-scale attack that has been carried out by the Baloch rebels.
All right, so big attack in Pakistan by Balochistan Liberation Army, killing at least 10 security personnel. Thank you, Gursimran, for joining us and giving us those details. And now we are shifting focus. The United States, which imposed tariffs on India last year for buying Venezuelan oil, has now told Delhi it can resume those purchases soon to help replace the imports of Russian oil, according to sources. Now, India had pledged to slash Russian crude oil purchases after Washington also hiked tariffs related to that activity, and India is now on track to lower its Russian oil imports by several 100,000 barrels per day in the coming months. Now, viewers, according to sources who declined to be identified, here is a detailed report by my colleague Hina. Take a look.
All right, viewers, so as per a Reuters report citing sources, Trump is now asking India to resume its oil imports from Venezuela in order to replace Russian oil imports. But let's take a look at the larger picture. What happened in March 2025? We saw that Trump imposed 25% tariffs on all the nations, including India, for purchasing Venezuelan oil. So 25% tariff Trump imposed. But after that, fast forward to 3rd of January this year, we saw that US invaded Venezuela, captured then Venezuelan President Maduro, and then what happens is now Trump is pitching Venezuelan oil again to India in order to replace Russian oil imports. But let's just take a look at what exactly is India's Venezuelan oil imports. Let's look at this chart. In 2012-13, we saw that $13 billion was India's Venezuelan oil imports in terms of values. In terms of value, 12.4% is what was the entire share of Venezuelan oil from the total oil imports that India did in that time. And after that, we saw a substantial drop, almost half. It went down to $7.2 billion, which is about 6.7% of India's total oil imports. Now, moving further, in 2019-20, we saw it went down to 0.64 billion, which is again a massive drop, which was 1.1% of India's total oil imports. In 23-24, we saw that the total imports was $802 million, which is 0.6% of India's total oil imports. But let's look at the figures right now. If we talk about the partial year 2025, from April 2025 to October 2025, the overall imports was $0.255 billion, which was 0.3% of India's total oil imports. Now, before we move into the larger picture of how much India imports from Russia, let's not forget that India's decision will be basis the interest of Indian consumers and the supply chain security. But let's also take a look at how much India imports from Russia. So we can see that from January till October 2025, we saw $25 to $30 billion of Russian oil imports in terms of value. In November, we saw it was about $3.7 billion. And now in December, it was about $2.5 billion. We are getting to know, as per reports, that this Russian oil imports is going to now substantially decreased by several hundreds of thousands of barrels as well. But this is the current figure. In November 2025, we saw that 35% of Indian oil imports was from Russia. So again, to reiterate that India's decision will depend on the interest of Indian consumers. And even if Trump tries to change, strategically influence India's decision, we have made it clear, and we have this steady and constant stance that it will be completely as per the interest of Indian consumers and the security of supply chains, not by any sort of threats that Trump is giving.
All right, so that was all about Donald Trump's latest pitch to India about buying Venezuelan oil. And now shifting focus, the India-EU FTA. It has been hailed as a mother of all deals and watched very closely globally. It's a milestone in Europe and India's bilateral trade. The deal here encompasses almost a quarter of the global trade. It impacts the world's economic equation in a much great way. Now, viewers, ahead of the budget session, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also mentioned it and said it is a great opportunity for India as a whole, as new market is now opening for Indian businesses. So what does the mother of all deal encompass? Watch this report that examines all about the India-EU FTA in a nutshell.
And right after Davos, the next weekend, I will travel to India. There's still work to do, but we are on the cusp of a historic trade agreement. Indeed, some call it the mother of all deals. Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals.
यह सिर्फ ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट नहीं है, यह साझा समृद्धि का नया ब्लूप्रिंट है.
Question is that there has been a lot of talk about India-EU their negotiations and finalization of trade talk. The business community in Pakistan, who had an edge over their exports over the competitors from the region because of the GSP plus, now they worry about loss of around $10 billion of their edge. Whether Pakistan is also doing something because our GSP plus is ending next year, and what will be the fate of exports of Pakistan in terms of the competitors from the region? Thank you, sir.
Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals. We are creating a market of 2 billion people. And this is the tale of two giants, the world's second and fourth largest economies. Two giants who choose partnership in a true win-win fashion. A strong message that cooperation is the best answer to global challenges. And by combining these strengths, we reduce strategic dependencies at a time when trade is increasingly weaponized.
यह सिर्फ ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट नहीं है, यह साझा समृद्धि का नया ब्लूप्रिंट है. आज ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में बड़ी उथल-पुथल है. ऐसे में भारत और यूरोपियन यूनियन की साझेदारी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सिस्टम में स्थिरता को मजबूती देगी।
Question is that there has been a lot of talk about India-EU their negotiations and finalization of trade talk. The business community in Pakistan, who had an edge over their exports over the competitors from the region because of the GSP plus, now they worry about loss of around $10 billion of their edge. Whether Pakistan is also doing something because our GSP plus is ending next year, and what will be the fate of exports of Pakistan in terms of the competitors from the region? Thank you, sir.
The India-EU trade, first of all, we are aware of this agreement. We have seen reports and as well as the content. Pakistan maintains long-standing, friendly, and mutually beneficial relations with the EU. The EU GSP Plus scheme for Pakistan has proven to be a win-win template for bilateral cooperation, both for Pakistan and EU. And imports of textile and apparel from Pakistan to EU cater for the consumer market, providing them with uninterrupted supply of affordable goods through the arrangement. And the total volume between our two sides stand close to over 12 billion euros. We remain committed to further strengthening relations with the EU in all areas of mutual interest, including trade. This matter came under discussion during the strategic dialogue held late last year, where our Deputy Prime Minister conducted this strategic dialogue with his EU counterpart. This matter came under discussion also in our numerous subsequent engagements with the EU side and also with the constituents of EU, like, for example, the latest bilateral political consultations with Belgium, and indeed with all other EU member states. We take up this matter bilaterally with the EU member states and also collectively with the EU headquarters in Brussels.
And now viewers, moving on, multiple schools in Punjab's Jalandhar received bomb threat emails. Now just a day ahead of Prime Minister Modi's scheduled visit to the city on February 1st. Now schools were already closed at the time and no suspicious object has been found so far. However, the timing of the threats coinciding with Prime Minister Modi's visit has certainly put security forces on high alert. Officials are now probing the source of these emails. Here's the full report on this development. Take a look.
Bomb threat emails have once again triggered panic in Punjab as multiple schools in Jalandhar received threats just days before PM Narendra Modi's visit to the city on February 1st. Cambridge International School in the urban estate area reported receiving a bomb threat email and immediately alerted the police. The campus was already vacant at the time. Police teams and bomb disposal squads launched search operations across the school premises. After a thorough inspection, officials confirmed that no suspicious object or explosive material was found. The incident comes at a sensitive time, as PM Modi is scheduled to visit Dera Sachkhand Ballan in Jalandhar on February 1st to mark Guru Ravidas Jayanti. Heavy security arrangements are already in place across the city. Officials say there is no confirmed threat at this time, but investigations are underway to trace the source of the emails.
All right, on the other side, real estate tycoon CJ Roy found dead in his Bengaluru office. Family claims he was harassed for months by the IT department. More on that on the other side.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard yet. There are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly immature and foolish if United States still decided to go in. There is no surprise any longer. In June last year, the United States had gained surprised by the perfidy of saying we are going to have talks, and then they attacked while the talks had just started. So they were able to surprise the Iranians who didn't want to really go in for a fight, right? But the simple fact is now they know it is a question of survival. It is a question of existential threat to that regime. So will Donald Trump still go in? He's building up forces. He's now tried to create a second off-ramp. This is an air exercise. Let Iran talk about the nuclear option. I mean, all talk of the regime, overthrow, change of regime, gone, finito. Now it's all back to the nuclear option. That means even if you are forced to go in to save your face, you could try and do June, repeat June. Go in for a token strike.
At a time when the world is rethinking production, storage and energy security, India steps forward with scale, speed and solutions. The India Energy Week seeks to bridge the gap between policy, possibility and innovation.
Well, we embarked upon the digital transformation journey. You know, it was about 4 years back. A major shift in the way we are doing business. So it's been now 4 years. We have a lot of digital capability. We have a lot of digital implementation which has gone into all our processes, right from refining to marketing, and in marketing across businesses. The natural progression is to go into AI, which is basically looking at, predictive modeling. That's our real area of interest. We are looking at AI to start with, let us say from the customer perspective, because that's where we believe that the customer should experience a shift in the way we do business with them. It helps us to understand trends, patterns, buying behavior, and then it is one of the pillars that we have created for ourselves is personalization. So out of the 3 pillars of trust, convenience and personalization, this is the era of personalization. And you can only give bespoke offerings to the customer when you are able to track and when you're able to analyze and create good insights.
AI is a very important component, and we are seeing it not only in the built environment but also in our energy systems. It is transforming the way that we look into energy systems, transforming energy efficiency, and of course the key component of how we look into this overall transition. I'm seeing a lot of AI as well, related companies, and looking into integration of AI within energy systems, and it's going to be the key component in the next 5 to 10 years in the way we transform and the way we operate and the way we produce energy as well.
You see, exploration is an activity where we have to work we start with limited data, and we refine our interpretation, we refine our understanding using the data. So AI/ML is going to play a very big role in making our assumptions, making our analysis very accurate, close to accurate, and then only we will be able to de-risk our prospects.
Held at the ONGC Advanced Training Institute in Goa, this promises to be a showcase of next-gen energy technologies and cutting-edge digital systems from hydrogen and storage to AI-driven grids. Across these halls, what you will see, dear viewers, is innovation on display, ideas being tested, and solutions for a cleaner, smarter, and more resilient future in energy.
After the roundtable with CEOs from the energy sector, where Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi spoke and highlighted about the $100 billion of investment potential in the energy sector, Hardeep Singh Puri, Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, exclusively spoke to Republic on how India's youth is the catalyst and the driving force for growth, substantial growth in India's and the world's energy sector.
If the takeaway I'm telling you that the youth ultimately are going to be the major beneficiaries of Viksit Bharat. Because, my generation by 2047 will be, no longer around. And if you define youth in terms of there's somebody who's 20 years old and we are in 2026, the next 21 years they'll be 41 years old. You will have a situation in which all the energy transition, movement to biofuels in a big way, to green hydrogen, to natural gas, all these things help change people's lives. And I think I'm absolutely clear that the youth today, and this is a very different platform from the other platforms. This is not just about traditional energy. We are now wanting to, and we have succeeded in bringing people from the IITs, engineering colleges, students, and they come here and they open when they look at what is happening, whether they see an electrolyzer which is domestically made or they see other activities, that I think is, and our biggest, if you ask me, I go around the world, I see the demographic challenges. There are societies which are totally aging. Our real strength lies in the fact that we have a population, bulk of which is below 35 years of age. I think about 65% is below. If you look at the median age, it's even less. So the people like you, so you have everything to look forward to.
If you specifically speak about offshore, we are more into the OT systems which are there in the exploration space. And then how do we integrate those informations which are flowing in from those exploration blocks? We are partners in Abu Dhabi and in Brazil. But primarily, actually, and in India, we are focusing more on the downstream side, which is more on the customer-facing applications. So, for example, we have one of the biggest applications for customers, which is Hello BPCL. It's a unified application which allows the entire customer journey right from onboarding to the transactions.
This is my second year at India Energy Week. Every year I come, I see the landscape for investments growing exponentially, and as I've reiterated, telling again that this is the best time to invest in India. I am just copying what our Prime Minister said yesterday, or Hardeep ji said yesterday, that and I'm sure it's music to ears for many people around. And
why is it the best time to invest in India?
The policy support has been fantastic. If you spoke with me 10 years ago, there was regulatory risk, PPAs were failing, there were cash flows issues, and I think right now even the PSUs that I'm talking to are super stoked to be here. They want to raise capital at the best interest rates. The global capital is flowing in India for the same reason.
A lot was on display at the India Energy Week 2026. From BPCL to Oil India to companies like Nayara, Reliance, Mascot and others. This summit saw the who's who of the energy sector unite under one roof at the India Energy Club.
See, BPCL is pioneer in digital because this is our key focus area. And first time in India, we have launched yesterday by the Honorable Minister of Petroleum, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji. They have inaugurated our wing tip automation.
What is that exactly? Can you just simplify it for our viewers?
Yeah, what happens today, that after every fueling, there are certain things has to happen manually because all billings and all fuel delivery vouchers, everything is through manually. We have converted entire process digital mode. It means that no manual intervention, no manual work. And if you see that the kind of growth which is happening in the airports, the number of flights coming, we have to improve the turnaround time of the aircrafts. So it means that whatever fueling we do, we have to reduce the fueling time. So we are assuming that almost 20% reduction in fueling time, especially when we are saying there is no manual work.
Viewers, today we are here on day 3 of India Energy Week 2026. Now obviously the conversations are fostering development in new technology that helps build India as a nation in terms of renewable energy capabilities. Now we have with us a person who stands for innovation, Geeta Singh, who's the director of Red Stack Energy. Now she's here to speak to us about blue energy technology and how it is expanding and exploring the capability of India's renewable energy space. Hi and welcome to the public.
Thank you so much for having me.
Tell us about your latest venture. What are these innovations that you're driving? How are you fostering India's renewable energy future? Take us through all of it, especially for the layman.
So in India, we have grid intermittency issue when we talk about renewable energy projects. Why? Because solar is available for limited number of hours, so is wind. So how do we solve this intermittency issue? So we, back at Netherlands, we decided to work over a technology which can be available round the clock throughout the year. How do we do that? So when rivers are about to meet the ocean, there is a difference in salt concentration between both these water sources. We use both these waters, flow it through our stack, which consists of ion selective membranes. So the Na and Cl from the salt side separates, and we can generate round the clock energy. The energy that we produce is fully sustainable and 100% renewable.
So how did you come across this technology? It's a very fancy name, it's a very catchy name, blue energy, right? How did you come about this? Did you have to travel to other countries? And how are you working on the next gen technology in terms of renewable energy?
So unfortunately, we did not coin the word blue energy. It was actually given to all the energy sources deriving from ocean. So since we are one of those energy sources, we can also use the term blue energy. And how we have come up with this technology is also, again, the credit does not fully go to us. This technology was thought through in the Wetsus Institute in the Netherlands. And then Red Stack has acquired this technology through the institute.
So how scalable is this technology really? You told me earlier, ahead of the interview, it's when rivers meet oceans and then you produce electricity. But if you know, India's renewable energy share in terms of electricity production is merely 3% or somewhere around that. And it's still fossil fuels who's driving electricity production. So how can you really have an impact on that?
So the impact we can have is we can provide round-the-clock renewable energy, which is the base load energy, which can directly be used to replace coal-fired projects. So your numbers are slightly not up to the mark when it comes to renewable energy. We have currently achieved 50% capacity of renewable energy in India. What we're looking for is replacement of 100% of coal-fired projects where blue energy comes into picture, because we can provide the base load energy and replace coal-fired projects.
Almost at the closure of India Energy Week 2026, while there are several MOUs that have already been inked, we have with us a Philippines-based organization collaborating, inking an MOU with an Indian-based organization that will benefit India's growth story in terms of its energy structure, its infrastructure, and also data centers. Please take us through this deal and how is it really going to impact India's growth story, and why did you want to collaborate with India? First of all, if you could just elaborate on that as well.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having us here, and we are at a very, very exciting time in India, and it's a privilege, of course, to an honor, to be a part of India's growth story and to play an important role in it. So the idea is that, AG&P Industrial that I represent from Philippines, Manila, it's a 125-year-old company, and we have been, doing a lot of work for all the heavy industrial sector, your refineries, petrochemicals, oil and gas, as well as the energy sector, and now, pivoting also into the data center.
Is this your first collaboration with an Indian company?
Actually, no. So you would have heard of us through AG&P Pratham.
Yeah,
right?
we have, yeah.
Yes, which is now merged and has now become Thingas. So now we are very, very excited to partner with Pragati Infrastructure, PISL, and this, with this partnership, we want to come up with a joint platform that will allow us to bring the AG&P proprietary modstruction methodology. Modstruction is modular construction.
If you could just simplify it for our viewers, because that's very technical.
So the concept is just about what can we design and how can we design, say, a particular, say, a refinery or a LNG terminal in a way that parts of it can be modularly built. So while that is on site, because everything can't be modular, so while some of the things are being built on site, part of it can be modularly built. And that allows you to do sort of parallel processing, so you're able to accelerate the schedule. And the idea is that, with us, we jointly want to develop such a yard in Andhra Pradesh, and I'm sure, you will hear more from PISL about
I'd like to
it.
hear
But
more from Mithil
Yes.
sir as well. If you could just elaborate on what are the kind of jobs that we're looking at in terms of creation, pan-India, and what is the real impact on ground reality, last mile connectivity? How is it going to really help India's infrastructure story?
So, the simpler analogy that you were trying to ask, Anupam, as to how do you define modstruction, so you can simply relate it to building a modular kitchen. Right. We had those times when the carpenters used to come, they used to chisel wood, cut plywood, and then assemble. Now we have the modular kitchens where a person from the company comes, takes measurements, defines everything, and the kitchen gets fitted in maybe one day. So this is exactly what AG&P has specialized in the industrial sector.
How significant is this collaboration? I'll go to you first and then...
With this collaboration, we're really introducing the concept of modular construction. So what it does is, it accelerates project delivery schedules. It builds in predictability into project delivery. Also, because you are going to be building all of these modules in a controlled environment.
So how is it going to help data centers? Because there's so much big money flowing into India, right? Big American money.
Yes.
Microsoft, Google, when you talk about data centers, they're the first two companies that come to our mind.
Correct.
So how are you sort of playing a role
you have
in
all of these data racks, you have all of those various components that go inside. There is electrical instrumentation components. All of that can be modularly built. So what you're doing is, while you're preparing on-site campuses, we are able to build those, in a controlled environment in this yard that we will set up together, and then we are able to meet those kind of delivery schedules, because what the concept that we're bringing out here essentially debottlenecks, the supply chain, so to speak, for infrastructure delivery across all of these sectors. So that is what we are, beginning to do, bring to India through this collaboration.
The Vayu Exhibition Hall was home to a phenomena of innovations that all aim to mark a global transition phase in energy, from conventional to renewable and clean sources. Amidst this was a spirit of Make in India and Invest in India, proudly commanding a presence in this arena.
A second important part is that this sector, specifically city gas distribution sector, which has invested almost $12 billion in last 5 to 6 years. If we need to increase the share, and we need to develop more and more infrastructure for last mile connectivity. And this requires almost $100 billion kind of investment going forward. And this requires significant amount of policy directives, policy changes, for entry and exit of the investor has to be seamless. So that's my 2 points, which I would like to have support from the government to ensure that natural gas plays and provide a very strong national energy security to the country.
With this collaboration, we're really introducing the concept of modular construction. So what it does is, it accelerates project delivery schedules. It builds in predictability into project delivery. Also, because you are going to be building all of these modules in a controlled environment.
From drones to drilling tools to rigs, pumps, cars and concepts for future tech, the India Energy Week stands as a testament to Bharat's resolve to become a leader in clean and sustainable energy. The global partnerships forged here and the investments promised are a major step in that very direction, a promising future in energy.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular. So like I said, a sophisticated operation, intelligence operation was launched to completely derail the Iranian currency. The Iranian currency is now $1 is to 150,000 riyal. The aim was to inflict so much pain, economic pain on the people of Iran that they would rise in revolt. And they did. And they did. But this revolt was, I think, very intelligently handled by the Iranians. They understood the real pain points, and Pezeshkian, the Prime Minister, the modern.
On 6 Stories at 6 this evening, we'll tell you about the investigation into the death of business tycoon CJ Roy in Bengaluru, with the family now claiming months of harassment by income tax officials. In Maharashtra, the wife of late Ajit Pawar, Sunetra Pawar, has taken charge as the elected leader of the legislative party. What does it mean for the future of NCP? We'll tell you all about that. In Jammu and Kashmir, the forces have launched a massive anti-terror operation in Kishtwar as part of their crackdown against Jaish-e-Mohammed operatives. We'll tell you about that and a lot more coming up at 6 p.m. with me, Ayana Mitra.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy, telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan?
ये लंबा नहीं चलेगा। आपका टाटा बाय बाय का टाइम हो गया है। इस अप्रैल अंत में आपको जाना है और हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग उत्तर बंग की जनता को वादा करते हैं कि जो वाजिब बजट उत्तर बंग के क्षेत्रफल और आबादी के हिसाब से है, उससे 1 रुपया ज्यादा बजट हम उत्तर बंग को देंगे, अन्याय नहीं करना। भाइयों बहनों, मोदी जी ने 10 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा रुपया बंगाल में भेजा है। कांग्रेस की जब सरकार थी, ममता बनर्जी सपोर्ट करती थी, उन्होंने 10 साल में 2 लाख करोड़ भेजा है और मोदी जी ने 10 लाख करोड़ से ज्यादा भेजा है। आप लोगों के गांव में कुछ आया है भाई? अरे जरा जोर से बोलो, आया है? किसी के आया है तो जरा खड़ा हो, कुछ आया हो तो। ये 10 लाख करोड़ कहां गया? अरे बोलो कहां गया? जोर से बोलो कहां गया? ये 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया तृणमूल कांग्रेस की सिंडिकेट की भेंट चढ़ गया है। मैं आज कह कर जाता हूं, भाजपा का मुख्यमंत्री बना दीजिए। पहला काम सिंडिकेट वालों को हम जेल की सलाखों के पीछे डालने का करेंगे। भाइयों बहनों, आप मुझे बताओ, ये सिंडिकेट बंद होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए? कट मनी बंद होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए? ममता दीदी, 11 से 25 के बीच में 6,900 कंपनियां बंगाल की बंद हो गई। इसमें से 110 कंपनियां तो शेयर बाजार में लिस्टेड थी, वो सारी बंगाल के बाहर चली गई। यहां रेड कारपेट की जगह कंपनियों से उगाही चल रही है, उगाही चल रही है। भ्रष्टाचार चरम सीमा पर है। एक जमाने में प्रति व्यक्ति आय में हमारा बंगाल तीसरा नंबर था, आज प्रति व्यक्ति आय में हमारा बंगाल 22वें नंबर पर पहुंचा है। एक जमाने में हमारा राष्ट्र में के जीडीपी में योगदान बंगाल का 11% था, आज आधा होकर 5.6% हो गया है। और 125% पर हेड इनकम थी, आज 80% से कम हो गई है राष्ट्रीय औसत से। मुझे बताओ भाइयों, ये बंगाल का भला कर सकती है या नहीं कर सकती? कर सकती है? कर सकती है? भाइयों बहनों, सभी कार्यकर्ता भाइयों बहनों को और बंगाल की जनता को मैं करबद्ध विनती करने आया हूं। बंगाल की जनता ने कम्युनिस्टों को 3 दशक दी और 11 से 25 एक समय ममता बनर्जी को भी दिया है। किसी ने बंगाल का भला नहीं किया। एक मौका भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दे दीजिए, हम विवेकानंद और गुरुवर टैगोर और बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय की स्वप्न का सोनार बांग्ला बना कर लेंगे, सोनार बांग्ला। एक ऐसा बंगाल जो घुसपैठियों से मुक्त होगा, जहां इंडस्ट्री आएगी, जहां नौकरियां भ्रष्टाचार के बगैर मिलेगी, यहां युवा को बाहर के राज्य में जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। इरिगेशन बढ़ेगा, रोड, रास्ते, रेलवे, एयरपोर्ट मजबूत होगी और पूरा बंगाल घुसपैठियों से मुक्त कर कर हम बंगाल को हमारे स्वप्न का सोनार बांग्ला बनाएंगे। भाइयों बहनों, आज से लेकर काउंटिंग तक आप और मंच पर बैठे हुए मेरे समेत सभी लोग सोना भी नहीं है। एक एक पल भारतीय जनता पार्टी को और बंगाल की जनता की भलाई को समर्पित करना है। सारे मतभेद भुलाकर एक मुस्त होकर एक मजबूत दल के रूप में कमल का निशान और भारत माता की तस्वीर और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रेरणा के वाक्य दिमाग में रखते हुए हमने बंगाल को इस बार जीतना है। मुझे बताओ उत्तर बंग वालों, बंगाल जीतने का संकल्प आप करते हैं क्या? जोर से बोलो, करते हैं? सभी की सभी सीटें कमल फूल जीतेगा क्या? उत्तर बंग के विकास के लिए हम काम करेंगे क्या? तो मेरे साथ दोनों हाथ उठाइए, उठाइए दोनों हाथ, विजय के संकल्प की मुट्ठी बीचे और प्रचंड आवाज से बोलिए, भारत माता की वंदे वंदे, जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, साधुवाद, प्रणाम।
All right, viewers, that was Home Minister Amit Shah addressing a mega rally in Bagdogra, West Bengal, launching a scathing attack against Mamata Banerjee, saying that her vote bank is infiltrators and she continues her appeasement politics. All right, viewers, more developments are now coming in the death probe of business tycoon CJ Roy. Income tax officials have now reportedly submitted a detailed clarification to the Ministry of Home Affairs, detailing that they did not exert any pressure on CJ Roy. Now, this is in connection with the death case. Sources suggest IT officials have clearly stated that there was no pressure exerted on the business tycoon during the course of the investigation. Remember, CJ Roy committed a suicide in his office in Bengaluru right after IT raids were conducted at his premises, at the premises of his office, and now IT officials have come out with the clarification. The raids, in fact, which were part of tax scrutiny, began several days earlier. They've now raised several questions as to, well, why those raids were conducted and whether or not there was a pressure exerted by the IT officials. The family, of course, alleges harassment. Let's take a listen as to what the brother of CJ Roy has to say on this.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು 10:40ಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 2 ಸತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್, ಏನೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ?
IT ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ 3 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೌದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅದು ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 3ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಂದ 6ನೇ ತಾರೀಕುವರೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದರು ಅವರು. ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗ ಏನು ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಯಾರವರು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅಂತ IRS ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕೊಚ್ಚಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಏನು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಾನು ಹೋಗೋ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಾಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Now, viewers, my colleague Abhishek, who's been very closely tracking this story, joins me live on this. Abhishek, the latest that we know is the IT officials have now written to the Ministry of Home Affairs clarifying that there was no pressure exerted on CJ Roy during the course of investigation.
Well, it is obviously the IT officials will have to write the same to the Ministry of Home Affairs, stating that they hadn't pressurized CJ Roy with any perspective. However, when his brother Joseph, Babu Joseph, spoke to the media, he has very clearly mentioned that Dr. Roy had mentioned in previously also that the IT officials have harassed and have continuously intimidated him, and he is unable to face the interrogation alone, and he wanted the support of his brother. Not to forget, he has also named IT official, the senior officer of the IT department from Kerala. He also requests the media to question the same officer with respect to what questions were laid in front of CJ Roy. But how will the Home Department perceive the letter of the officials is the point of question which has to be answered, and we are also awaiting the response from the Income Tax Department of the Kerala wing as well, also with respect to the head office of the Income Tax as well, because it is informed that it is because of the IT raids that were continuously happening on CJ Roy. He was he had gone down with respect to the pressure which had been mounted on him by the IT officials. So the investigation might bring out some other names and the actual reasons as to why CJ Roy was forced to commit this act of suicide. Vijita.
Right, Abhishek. So that's the latest we're getting in. Our viewers, while the IT officials say that there was no harassment during the course of investigation, the family continues to allege harassment. In fact, the brother of the business tycoon has come out saying that CJ Roy was continuously being harassed by the IT officials during the course of investigation. Let's take a listen.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು 10:40ಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 2 ಸತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್, ಏನೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ?
IT ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ 3 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೌದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅದು ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 3ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಂದ 6ನೇ ತಾರೀಕುವರೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದರು ಅವರು. ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗ ಏನು ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಯಾರವರು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅಂತ IRS ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕೊಚ್ಚಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಏನು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಾನು ಹೋಗೋ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಾಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Now viewers, shifting our focus to Imphal. Thousands took to streets for a Kokumi-led rally titled Manipur Kanba Kongchat, means Save Manipur. Now the mobilization comes amid a prolonged unrest, deep political uncertainty and nearly a year of president's rule in the state. Here are more details in this report. Take a look.
A sea of people in Imphal this morning. From early hours, men, women and elderly residents began converging at Tidim ground, many walking in groups, others arriving with banners and placards. By 11 a.m., thousands gathered under the banner of the Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity or COCOMI for a mass rally themed Manipur Kanba Kongchat, meaning Save Manipur. Local clubs, Mira Paibis, students, student bodies and volunteers joined the march in large numbers.
People of Manipur has now understood and realized that the ongoing crisis in the state of Manipur is completely a design of the government of India, and now it is time for the government of India to change its policy of waging proxy war against the people of Manipur using these Tinkuki narco-terrorist groups, which they have been mobilizing since 2008 in the name of a very deceitful agreement called Suspension of Operation Agreement. They have also failed to address the gross human rights violations of the people of Manipur for over 2.5 years.
The rally is rooted in deep public anger and fatigue. Manipur has witnessed months of violence, ethnic tension, displacement and instability, severely disrupting daily life and livelihoods.
अचानक कुकी टेररिस्ट लोग ने हमला करके हम लोग का घर बार सब जला चुका है. हम लोग अभी इम्फाल का रिलीफ कैंप में है. अभी आज का जो रैली जो निकलने के लिए अभी जो कर रहा है, सरकार के द्वारा दिसंबर तक के अंदर में आईडीपी से जो आईडीपी है उसको तीन हिस्सा में वो लोग घर भेजने के लिए कोशिश किया था. फिर भी सरकार का जो घर वापसी जो करना था वो नहीं कर पाया. फिर अभी थोड़ा मोड़ा जो जाने के लिए शुरू किया था उसमें से फिर टेररिस्ट कुकी लोग ने फिर गोली मारा, बम फटा. इसकी वजह से अभी सरकार के द्वारा अभी कुछ भी एक्शन नहीं ले रहा है.
The rally began at Tidim ground, Kwakethel, moved along Tidim road and concluded at Thau ground, Thang Meband. Adding weight to the protest, petrol pumps across Manipur was shut today. The Manipur Petroleum Dealers Fraternity announced full and unconditional support to the rally. Manipur has been under President's rule since February 13, 2025, with no elected government in place. Despite central administration, peace has remained fragile, a key grievance driving today's mobilization.
Yes, exactly, sir. The frontmost line have already reached the destination point. There is the Thangmeban ground, and yes, still on the ground. I'll show you the background here, sir. And the number of participants is not in thousands, it's in lakhs. And yes, even though the frontmost line have reached its destination point, still the last ending point is still at the starting area. The last point, the last line is still at the starting area. It means that the number of crowd, the number of people is huge, and it is beyond expectation of this rally. And as you can see in the background also, there are a huge number of people gathered and in the ground already.
Heavy security arrangements were in place. Senior security officials monitored the situation as the march passed through key areas of the city. The rally comes as President's rule in Manipur approaches the 1-year mark. In recent months, senior central BJP leaders have held multiple meetings with the MLAs, including those from the Kuki-Zo community, to explore the possibility of forming a popular government. But tensions flared again recently after some Kukizo houses were set ablaze in Kangpokpi district, casting a shadow over any immediate move to restore an elected government. For those on the streets, this rally is a message that prolonged central rule has not delivered peace, and decisive political and security solutions are now being demanded.
All right, our viewers, moving on to Maharashtra now. We're getting live visuals of CM Devendra Fadnavis leaving his house to take part in the oath-taking ceremony of Sunitra Pawar, the wife of late Ajit Pawar. Remember, this comes after she was elected as the head of NCP, and now the oath-taking ceremony is set to take place. CM Devendra Fadnavis has already left his residence to take part in the oath-taking ceremony. In a short while from now, viewers will get the visuals of the oath-taking ceremony as well. CM Devendra Fadnavis leaving his residence to take part in the oath-taking ceremony of Sunitra Pawar, who's now to become the Deputy CM of Maharashtra. Now my colleague Meenakshi joins me with more details on this. Meenakshi, we understand that CM Devendra Fadnavis has already left to take part in the oath-taking ceremony of Sunitra Pawar.
Yes, as you have rightly mentioned, Sunitra Pawar is set to be take vote at 5 p.m. today, becoming Maharashtra's first woman Deputy Chief Minister. Her nomination was proposed by, senior NCP leader Chhagan Bhujbal and seconded by other senior leaders, and she was unanimously elected. It was supported by 45 party leaders, including Dilip Walse Patel. And following this, Mrs. Pawar has been appointed the group leader of the party. This is the first part which today happened after the meeting of NCP leaders. And now preparation going on in Raj Bhavan, we know. And the 62 years old leader, Sunitra Pawar, is not now the member of either the House of Maharashtra Legislature. We got to know that she already had resigned from Rajya Sabha's MP's post, and Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis said the BJP, which has the ruling alliance in Mahayuti, would support any decision taken by the family and the party of the Ajit Pawar and family persons of Ajit Pawar, late Ajit Pawar, and party leaders proposed Sunitra Pawar's name for late Ajit Pawar's post, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. This political development quickened in Maharashtra 3 days after the sudden death of Ajit Pawar. And as I have mentioned already, preparation underway for the vote-taking ceremony of Sunitra Pawar. Now, and at the same time, another political development for Maharashtra is NCP SP senior leader already said that two NCPs are coming together, and the date they will announce on 12th February. On 12th February, they will announce the NCP SP and NCP Ajit Pawar faction are coming together, and is set already. So now, today, every Mumbaikars and Maharashtra people are ready to witness the historical moment when the first woman Deputy Chief Minister will take oath at Raj Bhavan on 5 p.m.
Now, Meenakshi, you closely track Maharashtra politics. I want to ask this. Sunitra Pawar's elevation first to the head of NCP, and now, of course, just in a short while, she'll also become the Deputy CM of Maharashtra. Reflects more continuity than change, right?
Yes, as yesterday Praful Patel, when he met with the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, not only Praful Patel, we know NCP senior leaders like Sunil Tatkare and Chhagan Bhujbal, they met with Devendra Fadnavis and they proposed the name of Sunitra Pawar. So after that, what we have seen, a press conference of Sharad Pawar, he was saying it's too early to decide everything. It's too early. That's why I mentioned it's a quickened political development and political development quickened in Maharashtra after the 3 days after the sudden death of Ajit Pawar. And one particular word yesterday Praful Patel said after meeting with Devendra Fadnavis, he said Jan Bhavna. We have considered Jan Bhavna, that's why we are doing so quickly. So this is their version of NCP's Ajit Pawar faction. They are saying they consider Jan Bhavna. It means worker sentiment and leader sentiment.
Right, we'll closely track all the developments on that. Thank you, Meenakshi, for joining us and giving us those details. And now, viewers, moving on, as the threat of sniping looms large on the India-Pak border, the Border Security Force is now carrying out patrolling at the border. With major drone spotting, BSF has now intensified vigil. Watch this report, which tells you how security has been now ramped up on the border.
On the international border, the threat is also of the direct sniping by the adversary on the troops of the Border Security Force. And for the same, the BSF has also inducted its bulletproof fleet into the border guarding areas. Right now, we are reporting from the Samba sector of the Indo-Pakistan international border, where you will see that these vehicles of the Border Security Force, they are manning round the clock. They are manning these borders in the areas that have a direct threat of sniping from the adversary. And especially in these areas, when we are days to the new year, the threat looms large on the troops on ground. And as we speak here, you will see that these bulletproof vehicles, they are marching on the ground at the Indo-Pakistan international border. What is the speciality? The speciality continues to be that these bulletproof vehicles, the troops do not need to come out of the vehicle. Even while heavy firing takes place, here you will see that from all the sides covered, these Jawans of the BSF have an advanced positioning and an advantage when it comes to the border guarding duties. How they can give adversary a befitting reply? Here you will see that these Jawans of the Border Security Force, they have got their weapon out. From this place, they can see also for a 360-degree view. What they do, that they have these specialized 360-degree cameras on both front and the rear side of this area, so that these areas can be, this entire area can be monitored. And now as we move, there are also the large bulletproof bunkers that have also been inducted into the operations. These are the other bulletproof bunkers that have been inducted into the operations. So these are depending upon the areas that BSF actually caters with. Here, as you move, you will see barrel of the guns. First barrel, second barrel, and the third barrel. These barrels of the guns are towards the adversary. They are looking into the threat-prone area.
And now, viewers, the India-EU FTA, hailed as the mother of all deals and watched very closely globally, is a milestone in Europe and India's bilateral trade. Now, the deal here encompasses almost a quarter of global trade and impacts world's economic equation in a much great way. Now, ahead of the budget session, Prime Minister Modi also mentioned it and said it is a great opportunity for India as a whole, as now new market will be opening up for India's businesses. So what does the mother of all deals encompass? Watch this report that explains India-EU FTA in a nutshell.
And right after Davos, the next weekend, I will travel to India. There's still work to do, but we are on the cusp of a historic trade agreement. Indeed, some call it the mother of all deals. Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals.
यह सिर्फ ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट नहीं है, यह साझा समृद्धि का नया ब्लूप्रिंट है.
Question is that there has been a lot of talk about India-EU negotiations and finalization of trade talk. The business community in Pakistan, who had an edge over their exports over the competitors from the region because of the GSP Plus, now they worry about loss of around $10 billion of their edge. Whether Pakistan is also doing something because our GSP Plus is ending next year, and what will be the fate of exports of Pakistan in terms of the competitors from the region? Thank you, sir.
Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals. We are creating a market of 2 billion people. And this is the tale of two giants, the world's second and fourth largest economies. Two giants who choose partnership in a true win-win fashion. A strong message that cooperation is the best answer to global challenges. And by combining these strengths, we reduce strategic dependencies at a time when trade is increasingly weaponized.
यह सिर्फ ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट नहीं है, यह साझा समृद्धि का नया ब्लूप्रिंट है। आज ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में बड़ी उथल-पुथल है। ऐसे में भारत और यूरोपियन यूनियन की साझेदारी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सिस्टम में स्थिरता को मजबूती देगी।
Question is that there has been a lot of talk about India-EU their negotiations and finalization of trade talk. The business community in Pakistan, who had an edge over their exports over the competitors from the region because of the GSP plus, now they worry about loss of around $10 billion of their edge. Whether Pakistan is also doing something because our GSP plus is ending next year, and what will be the fate of exports of Pakistan in terms of the competitors from the region? Thank you, sir.
The India-EU trade, first of all, we are aware of this agreement. We have seen reports and as well as the content. Pakistan maintains long-standing, friendly, and mutually beneficial relations with the EU. The EU GSP Plus scheme for Pakistan has proven to be a win-win template for bilateral cooperation, both for Pakistan and EU. And imports of textile and apparel from Pakistan to EU cater for the consumer market, providing them with uninterrupted supply of affordable goods through the arrangement. And the total volume between our two sides stand close to over 12 billion euros. We remain committed to further strengthening relations with the EU in all areas of mutual interest, including trade. This matter came under discussion during the strategic dialogue held late last year, where our Deputy Prime Minister conducted this strategic dialogue with his EU counterpart. This matter came under discussion also in our numerous subsequent engagements with the EU side and also with the constituents of EU, like, for example, the latest bilateral political consultations with Belgium, and indeed with all other EU member states. We take up this matter bilaterally with the EU member states and also collectively with the EU headquarters in Brussels.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आरती और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard yet. There are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level.
My guest today is Gaurav Vaid. He is founder and COO avatar.me. That's how you pronounce it, Gaurav?
Well, it's avatar.ai now.
It's avatar.ai now. So Gaurav is, I did not believe when he told me that he is in AI startup industry for last 10 years. And he is also an MBA. He's a CA. Now he is driving India's AI story. So welcome, Gaurav, and thanks for coming.
Thank you, Himanshu. Thank you for having me.
All right. Gaurav, tell me, we all talk about, when we talk about AI, my understanding is ChatGPT, Gemini, and a lot of us here, people here who are in media industry or in probably as a student, universities, AI for us means a ChatGPT or a Gemini. So when we talk about, when we talk to a CEO and a founder, tell me what are you actually building when we talk about AI?
No, that's very true, Himanshu. When most of the people talk about AI, they think GPT first because that's when the inflection of AI happened, right? Like year 2024 was all about prompts. 2025 was all about pilots in the AI domain, and 2026 has been the talk about AI agents delivering ROI. So from a general user perspective, yes, that's how AI is deemed. But AI is actually way more than that. And AI hasn't been in our life just for last 2 odd years, as most of us feel. AI has been there for decades. And there are a lot of stuff which is happening in the AI domain that can affect and improve our lives on a daily basis. I'll probably take some sectors and examples from that to make it easier. So let's take the example of agriculture, one of the biggest sector in India. 450 million people are involved with agriculture in some way or the other. Now, there are AI models today which can help a farmer to get information about the soil, about the water level in the ground, to understand the pest and disease that's affecting their crop, which could help them on a daily basis.
Okay.
And there are options to extend that with AI agents, that once pest is detected in their crop, they can be connected to Pradhan Mantri's crop insurance scheme and even get the credit or the benefit from that. So that's one impact that AI is making in general person's life today. If I were to talk about education, now India is very diverse in terms of the languages that we speak. We have officially recognized 22 languages, 19,600 plus dialects. So at every 50-kilometer distance in India, the dialect changes.
Language.
Yeah, so
changes,
that's how diverse it is. Now, in our education space today, in many remote parts of the country, the teacher-to-student ratio, I would say, would be very close to 1:50.
Yes.
And that's how difficult the situation is. So when you think of a personalized AI tutor, just think of the impact. If the tutor can talk in the vernacular language, if we can solve that problem, the impact that it will bring to the students, that's what what AI can do. If
you have actually what Gaurav has touched here is a very important point. Like for a country like United States, where English is a language, broader probably 98% people talk and speak in English. So even when you train the AI, it's just like you are catering to one audience. Come to India and you have like every 15 kilometers the language changes. So the challenges of AI also is like the challenge that probably you would be dealing if you want to implement something here in India is much more than what anybody else can imagine. Am I right, Gaurav?
That's true, actually. And it's not just about the challenges which are inherent to India, which, as you rightly said, the vernacular challenge being one, but also the infrastructure that we have.
Okay.
Now, just like if I go back a decade when we were starting Avatar, at that point, starting an AI company in India was like trying to hike a mountain with no map, no paved trail, and no supplies, which you would have to figure as you go along. So we had gone through that journey, in terms of how to build a true AI company which can deliver value, deliver impact for the end user. That has been our journey.
So talking about challenges, Gaurav, you have probably created your own company which is actually trying to build something that I will ask you later. But tell me something. Every industry has its own challenges to overcome. So when I talk to a founder of AI startup, I would say he's in 10 years. I kept telling him that I can't believe you are in this industry for 10 years. Okay, but what was the initial challenge that you had to overcome, and have things been different now, or like there are still a lot of roadblocks and things to overcome? So please give us some insight.
Yeah, I'll try to break those challenges down into few buckets, but first of all, to tell you, yes, things are much better now in the entire ecosystem. So I could think of 4 distinct buckets, Himanshu, in which I'll try to put those challenges. Because I was talking about that trekking a mountain, let me continue with that example. First would be the map challenge. Map in the sense we never had enough data or the right structured form of data to train an AI model, and which is bare essential to build any model out there. Second, I would say, is the oxygen challenge. Now, to build a model, you need compute. You need the right kind of GPUs and now TPUs to train your model, then run the model and the inference part of it to serve the end consumer. That oxygen or that supply was missing.
Okay.
Third came the trust. We all know about the hallucination in the AI space, how difficult it is to trust the fairness and understand the explainability part of an AI model in terms of how it arrived to that answer, which even the developer of that model cannot really tell. So that trust has been the third factor, and eventually because we have been serving enterprises for over a decade now, all Fortune 500 companies, the workflow was the fourth bucket. Workflow in the terms that how the application layer would pan out. Now, when I just look today at how the ecosystem has evolved, on the data side, we have A lot of structured data come in. AI Kosh today, the platform under India AI Mission, that houses more than 7,000 data sets across different domains. When you look at the oxygen, the compute, which is important, right? Today, again, thanks to our Honorable PM's initiatives, we have 38,000 GPUs and TPUs.
38,000.
38,000 GPUs and TPUs allocated under that mission, which is available at a heavily subsidized rate of 65 rupees per hour. That's the last number I remember, which is not available anywhere in the world.
Okay.
So that gives you an inherent advantage to train models in India, to build applications in India. When you look at the trust ecosystem, that's what actually we are working with UAI, a unified AI interface, which is very similar to UPI.
I was about UPI for AI.
Yeah, we'll talk about that, but we are trying to build that protocol into the system to bring in trust and safety. And the application is then, I don't think India ever was short on the workflow level. We have very immensely talented
people
group who can create a lot of solutions using AI. We have been doing that. Now as the ecosystem is getting geared to support what we need, I think the fourth bucket would get automatically solved. But yeah, things have evolved a lot for the better.
Gaurav, now I'll come to that question about from model to a market thing, implementation. Tell us the transition and how soon we can expect these models working in the markets and serving the industry.
Idea is that 2026 would be that year that we get all these models at a population scale level. That has been the push and the motivation from our Honorable PM as well to do that. That's the idea behind India AI Mission, practically. The models in the past, they have kind of suffered from different silos. You would have data silos, as I talked about, unstructured data sitting in different, maybe in ministries and departments, not able to connect them. Model silos that you connect different solutions, like one for vernacular language, one for reasoning, how to connect those models, and then trust silos also that we talked about. Under UAI, our focus or our journey is practically from silos to Sangam, if I could call it so.
Okay, from silos to Sangam.
Yes, to bringing all these together. So a common protocol, unified protocol at a nation level, which could connect the data, connect the model, bring the providers closer to the seekers, the providers of these models and data sets to the seekers of AI applications on the other side, and make this population scale growth happen, because it's eventually, Himanshu, at the impact level where you can get the market. You can build the best of the models, but the scale is not achieved with math. It is achieved with marketability at the end of the day.
Yes.
If your application is marketable, you will get the scale. It's as simple as that.
Okay, so now I'm trying to be a bit of a devil's advocate here. So like all of the problem here, we talk about ChatGPT, we talk about Gemini, we talk about the Chinese version of ChatGPT, and lot of other models that we see people across the globe. But when you talk about building something here in India, we don't have that kind of, like, at least just name one particular name or probably a few examples you can say that, okay, these are Indian things that we can be proud of. So when do you think we are reaching that stage?
In some aspects, we are already there. So in terms of language, I would say with Bhashini and AI for Bharat, there's no other model globally which can cover all the, I think Bhashini today covers 35 plus languages of India. So there's no other global model which covers with the same depth and breadth. So on certain vernacular aspects, we are there. Over the course of this year, on the reasoning front also, we'll have at least couple of strong large language models which will come up. I mean, it's again part of our India AI mission, which you will see getting released over the course of this year. And then for other nuances as well, in agriculture, in healthcare, in education, even in industries, we are also, at Avatar, we are also building various such use cases which will come over the course of this year. You talked about Chinese models and all. Now, again, with some of these models are definitely the state of the art today. They are the industry benchmark today. But the problem with them is that they don't understand the nuances of India. They don't understand our festivals, they don't understand our culture, they don't understand our faces. So yes, you can use them, but it won't be the most optimum result that you would want. So just in comparison to that, like Avatar is building a video AI model, and the leading right now competition is with Van from China. So we are building this video AI model which will help the local businesses, the local entrepreneurs to use that and leverage it with better efficiency and better culture nuances of India, but at 1/3 of the cost. So frugal innovation is the game in India. You always have to, because we have a 1.4 billion population, we have to serve them. You have to get it better at a cheaper aspect as well. So our focus has been there, and I think there are other players also which you would see getting coming to the market over the course of this year.
Wonderful. Gaurav Baid, it was indeed a pleasure talking to you. And imagine when AI built by Indian entrepreneurs, they start helping our farmers, our scientists, our doctors, our engineers, our students and university campuses. Like, it opens up a whole new game. Gaurav Baid, thank you. Thanks for such an insightful talk and the knowledge that you have shared. Wish you all the best.
Thank you, Manchu.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Baid, and thank you so much, Himanshu. Before we let you go, please request you to please felicitate Mr. Baid on the stage, and we present a small token of gratitude for this very insightful conversation. Big round of applause, gentlemen, please.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। The United States, Israel, and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds, and the Sunni Baluch. You know, Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular. So, like I said, a sophisticated operation, intelligence operation was launched to completely derail the Iranian currency. The Iranian currency is now $1 is to 150,000 riyal. The aim was to inflict so much pain, economic pain on the people of Iran that they would rise in revolt.
And right after Davos, the next weekend, I will travel to India. There's still work to do, but we are on the cusp of a historic trade agreement. Indeed, some call it the mother of all deals. Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals.
यह सिर्फ ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट नहीं है, यह साझा समृद्धि का नया ब्लूप्रिंट है.
Question is that there has been a lot of talk about India-EU negotiations and finalization of trade talk. The business community in Pakistan, who had an edge over their exports over the competitors from the region because of the GSP plus, now they worry about loss of around $10 billion of their edge. Whether Pakistan is also doing something because our GSP plus is ending next year, and what will be the fate of exports of Pakistan in terms of the competitors from the region? Thank you, sir.
Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals. We are creating a market of 2 billion people, and this is the tale of two giants, the world's second and fourth largest economies, two giants who choose partnership in a true win-win fashion. A strong message that cooperation is the best answer to global challenges. And by combining these strengths, we reduce strategic dependencies at a time when trade is increasingly weaponized.
यह सिर्फ ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट नहीं है, यह साझा समृद्धि का नया ब्लूप्रिंट है. आज ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में बड़ी उथल-पुथल है. ऐसे में भारत और यूरोपियन यूनियन की साझेदारी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सिस्टम में स्थिरता को मजबूती देगी.
question is that there has been a lot of talk about India-EU their negotiations and finalization of trade talk. The business community in Pakistan, who had an edge over their exports over the
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy, telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then?
Those visuals from Maharashtra. This is from the Lok Bhavan in Mumbai. Sunetra Pawar is going to take oath right now. This is the leader of the NCP Legislative Party. Sunetra Pawar, the wife of late Ajit Pawar, is now taking over the reins. And my colleague Alisha joins us on the broadcast. From Alisha, while this is the oath-taking ceremony, which is going to start in a short while from now, tell us more about what has gone behind the decision of choosing Sunetra Pawar as the leader of the NCP.
Well, Rakshita, we seeing a development that has been happening since 2 days, and it's an NCP leaders and the ministers who had requested the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, that it's Sunetra Pawar should be elected as the legislative party, but not also that, but she should be the Deputy Chief Minister, should be the successor of Ajit Pawar. And now, right now, what we see on our screen is the visuals from the Lok Bhavan, the preparation which has been happening since yesterday. It was underway, and Sunetra Pawar has already reached Lok Bhavan, where she is all set to take oath as a Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. It's just Devendra Fadnavis, who has already left from his official bungalow, which is Varsha bungalow, and anytime from now he's going to reach Lok Bhavan, where the oath ceremony is going to take place. There are several senior leaders from the NCP and also from Mahayuti who has also reached at a Lok Bhavan. They are all seated and they are just waiting for the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis to reach. As far as the development that we have been witnessing since yesterday, because the demand that has been made by the NCP leaders and the ministers stating that Sunitri Pawar should be the Deputy Chief Minister, and also the NCP leaders take claim on the portfolio that was held by Ajit Pawar, and the same request and the demand that has been made before the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, and that is also something been accepted by the Chief Minister. And what we see on a screen that the leaders have been arriving at Lok Bhavan, and the senior leaders of the NCP from the BJP and the Shiv Sena have already reached, because it was, even if it is even if it's okay, we can see now the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has already reached Lok Bhavan, and the oath ceremony of Sunitra Pawar to take place. We see that it's also Eknath Shinde, who is Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, who has already reached along with the Maharashtra Governor, and the oath ceremony will begin anytime from now. This is after the demand that has been made by the NCP leaders, clearly mentioning that the Deputy Chief Minister, which is of the NCP, should not be vacant, and it should be given to the NCP itself. And now it is Sunitra Pawar who is going to take oath. We'll just see if there's any audio which is been ongoing, because I believe the oath ceremony is going to... So we have been witnessing that it's a governor, Maharashtra governor, and the Devendra Fadnavis, who is Maharashtra Chief Minister, along with Eknath Shinde, who is already there. And there are NCP, BJP leaders and the ministers who has also been present. The ministers are from Mahayuti, present for the oath ceremony. This will be Sunitra's Pawar oath ceremony, and what we know that Sunitra Pawar will be the first woman Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. This is after the legislative meeting, this legislative party meeting that held in Vidhan Bhavan this afternoon, where Sunitra Pawar was elected as the leader of the legislative party. And later there was a letter that has been given to the Chief Minister. We also saw there were senior NCP leaders, including Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare, Chhagan Bhujbal, who went to Varsha Bungalow to meet the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and handing over the letter requesting that Sunitra Pawar should take oath as a Chief Minister. And we know that clearly there was preparation which was underway since yesterday. The sources that informed us that it is confirmed that Sunitra Pawar will be elected as the leader of the legislative party, as well as she is going to take oath as a Deputy Chief Minister. Well, yes, it is definitely an NCP leadership change, but we have to see who gets the portfolio, because it is the Maharashtra budget which is going to be presented in the month of February, around 23rd or 24th February, where there will be a Maharashtra budget, and it is Devendra Fadnavis is going to present. Devendra Fadnavis is going to present the Maharashtra budget, but that's where the NCP leaders and the ministers who requested that the portfolio that was held by Ajit Pawar should remain with NCP. So we have to see how that portfolios goes, because it's a finance and the planning portfolio that was held by Ajit Pawar, and it should remain with NCP. This is the request that was made by the NCP leaders, and the same request has been informed to Devendra Fadnavis, the Maharashtra Chief Minister. Right now, anytime from now, where Sunitra Pawar is going to take oath. Okay, so I believe the national anthem is over, and now there will be the oath ceremony which is going to begin. Of course, this only going to be for the 15 minutes as what we have been told. role because the development that we have been witnessing since morning, where the leaders first have, there were two meetings, one in Baramati where Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar met Sharad Pawar, but Sharad Pawar made it very much clear that he has no idea over the successor of Ajit Pawar and whether it. Okay, we'll just listen to what is happening in Lok Sabha, because now Sunetra Pawar is all set to take the oath as the Deputy Chief Minister.
Ajit Dada, Amar Rahe. Amar Rahe, Amar Rahe. Ajit Dada, Amar Rahe. Amar Rahe, Amar Rahe. Ajit Dada, Amar Rahe. Amar Rahe. Ye Kok Wada. Ajit Dada.
मी सुनेत्रा अजित पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक प्रतिज्ञा करते की कायद्याद्वारे स्थापित झाले आहे अशा भारताच्या संविधानाबद्दल मी खरी श्रद्धा व निष्ठा बाळगीन. मी भारताची सार्वभौमता व एकात्मता उन्नत राखीन. मी महाराष्ट्र राज्याची उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे निष्ठापूर्वक व ससद्विवेक बुद्धीने पार पाडेन आणि संविधान व कायदा यानुसार सर्व तऱ्हेच्या लोकांना मी गांभीर्यपणे व निपक्षपातीपणे तसेच कोणाच्याही विषयी ममत्वभाव किंवा आकस न बाळगता न्याय वागणूक देईन. मी सुनेत्रा अजित पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक प्रतिज्ञा करते की महाराष्ट्र राज्याची उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझ्या विचारार्थ आणली जाईल किंवा मला ज्ञात होईल अशी कोणतीही बाब अशी उपमुख्यमंत्री म्हणून माझी कामे यथायोग्य पार पाडण्यासाठी आवश्यक असेल ते खेरीज करून एरवी मी कोणत्याही व्यक्तीला किंवा व्यक्तींना प्रत्यक्षपणे वा अप्रत्यक्षपणे कळवणार नाही किंवा त्यांच्याकडे उघड करणार नाही.
धन्यवाद.
So it's Sunetra Pawar who took oath as a Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister. She has already signed the letter, and this is after the development that we have been witnessing since yesterday, where the leaders started demanding that it's, the Sunetra Pawar, who is the wife of Ajit Pawar, should be the successor, and she should be take oath as the Maharashtra Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister. And today what we see that in Lok Bhavan, where Sunetra Pawar has, who earlier elected as the leader of the legislative party, along with she has also resigned from the Rajya Sabha. She was a member of parliament, but she resigned from her seat. And later now, what we see that she has already taken oath as the Deputy Chief Minister. Yes, so Maharashtra has already gotten another Deputy Chief Minister. It is Sunetra Pawar along with Eknath Shinde. And all the developments what we have been witnessing, I am also been joined with my Deputy Executive Editor Shawan Sen. Shawan, what we have been witnessing is that politics over the Maharashtra, because it's a clear demand. First, they come with the merger thing that they want to merge. Both the faction, NCP faction, should merge together, and also the demand that Sunetra Pawar should be made as a Deputy Chief Minister.
In fact, Alisha, I'll just begin with the images that you see right now coming in from Lok Bhavan in Mumbai. Starting with the Chief Minister himself, who has basically penned a very emotional, perhaps a piece for whom what he calls a generous friend. That's Ajit Pawar himself. Now, for this tenure of Devendra Fadnavis along with his friend, was essentially seen by Devendra Fadnavis as a long-standing, perhaps a relationship. In fact, Devendra Fadnavis today has also revealed that he was actually aware of the fact that both the parties would be coming together. The NCP factions would be coming together, and he was also on board as far as this merger is concerned. Unfortunately for Devendra Fadnavis too, remember, this is going to be somewhere down the line a setback, given the fact that some of the
Yes, this was Sunitra Pawar, who has already sworn as Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Shravan, you can continue as you were mentioning about how important it is for the Maharashtra politics, because firstly they talk about the merger and now it's Sunitra Pawar who has already sworn as the Deputy Chief Minister.
It's undoubtedly unexpected, but something that Ajit Pawar had already perhaps, charted it in terms of the future of the party. Sunitra Pawar was also brought in by Ajit Pawar as fielded against Supriya Sule in the Lok Sabha elections. Supriya Sule did actually sail through, but having said that, there was a line of succession that perhaps Ajit Pawar had already thought about. The fact of the matter is this, that in Govind Bagh, that's the residence of Sharad Pawar in Baramati, there was already a meeting that had already taken place between both the factions, and the decision was made that on 12th of February, perhaps not 8th, because I believe one of the senior leaders from the Sharad Pawar faction wasn't really available. So the merger would have effectively taken place on 12th of February. There were certain reports coming in that perhaps within Ajit Pawar's family and certain senior leaders of the Ajit Pawar faction, they were unhappy with this merger decision that was taken, but it seems it is inevitable, given the fact that earlier today Sharad Pawar has already met Ajit Pawar's son. We're not very sure what really transpired in the meeting, but it seems that the party's reins are now once again being taken over by Sharad Pawar when it comes to the merger. Sunitra Pawar would effectively be the leader in Maharashtra, and as far as Supriya Sule is concerned, something that even Ajit Pawar wanted is that she takes care of the party affairs in the centre. Now, it's going to be a massive test for Sunitra Pawar also, because undoubtedly a grieving moment for them. It's a big challenge that she faces right now. And perils of being in politics, that she, as being the wife of Ajit Pawar, she still hasn't been given the time for even bereavement. But having said that, that's the nature of politics that you're essentially dealing with right now. There can be no vacuum, and that is the reason why all efforts are essentially being made that the party stands united at a time when they face a serious challenge, and the challenge is with regards to leadership. The challenge is to basically bring both the factions together, and of course at the same time getting a pie of the share within the government. And that is the reason why you had Chhagan Bhujbal, Sunil Tatkare and a few others all coming together and immediately meeting the Chief Minister, saying that all the portfolios which are essentially with the NCP will remain with them, because somewhere down there was also a bit of nervousness. But the Chief Minister, being the statesman that he has been, he's allayed all those fears, effectively sending out a message that they would be getting the share that they deserve.
So, Republic was the first to inform that there will be a merger on 10th of January, where Republic has said that there will be a merger of both the faction, NCP faction, and there are talks which has been underway. Now, we also have the visuals which we saw that Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar were sitting together and they were discussing about how they are going to merge and when there will be a official announcement, because they were just waiting for the municipal corporation elections. But yes, it is now what we see on air. It is Sunitra Pawar who is the first female Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, who has already sworn in, and there were also Devendra Fadnavis along with Eknath Shinde, who were present during the oath ceremony.
Shravan and Alisha joining us with those details coming in on that latest from Maharashtra, as Ajit Pawar's wife is now sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister today. All right, now we shift our focus now to other stories that we're tracking for you. The hunt is back on in Jammu Kashmir's Kishtwar for the terrorists. Indian Army's White Knight Corps, along with Jammu Kashmir Police and CRPF, have once again locked on to the Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists hiding deep inside the forest in Singhpura area of Kishtwar. Operations are underway as forces tighten the cordon in hostile terrain. Here's the latest from Ground Zero.
Dense forests, steep slopes, and a familiar background in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar. In the early hours of Saturday, Indian Army's White Knight Corps, in coordination with J&K Police and CRPF, re-established contact with Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists hiding in the Chatru region.
Encounter broke out between terrorists and the security forces in the upper reaches of the Chatru in the Kishtwar district. This was for the fourth time that the same Jaish-e-Mohammed group has been intercepted by the security forces and contact has been established. It is believed to be the same group of Jaish-e-Mohammed that has infiltrated in Jammu and Kashmir in 2023-24 and has been active in the area. Sources say that Saifullah, the top commander, is also among those who have been trapped by the security forces and operation is underway.
The joint operation follows specific intelligence inputs pointing to the terrorists' fresh movement in the Dolgam area. Terrorists who have been evading capture since the deadly January 18 encounter. That encounter had turned tragic when terrorists positioned at higher altitude opened fire on a search party, killing Special Forces Havildar Gajendra Singh and injuring 8 others. Since then, security forces have been tracking the group, managing to make contact twice earlier this month. But the terrorists slipped away, using the dense forest cover to their advantage. This time, forces have tightened the noose. A multi-layered cordon has been established from all sides, with troops pushing deeper into the forest belt as the operation continues. The renewed firefight comes a day after mobile internet services were temporarily suspended in Chatru, a preventive measure to block terror communications and maintain security. Chatru has remained a known terror base for Jaish over the past 2 years. Just last year, braving snow-covered terrain and harsh weather, security forces eliminated 3 terrorists here. As operations continue, forces remain on high alert, determined to neutralize the threat and restore peace in this volatile pocket of Kishtwar.
And now we have a breaking news coming in right now in the CJ Roy case. Home Minister of Karnataka G. Parmeshwara has said that a special investigation team, that is an SIT, has been constituted to probe the CJ Roy suicide case. That's the breaking news we have right now. And we have Abhishek also joining us on the phone line for more. Abhishek, the latest update coming in on the Confident Group chairperson CJ Roy's shooting himself and committing suicide after raids. We have a reaction from G. Parmeshwara as well. What is the government saying about the SIT now?
Yeah, well, with respect to the untimely death of CJ Roy, the business tycoon, it was mentioned by DCM DK Shivakumar that this has to be probed by the CID because of the sensitivity of the case, because a person of such caliber who was always confident and who had various other businesses under his umbrella was never expected to kill himself. And he also mentioned the fact that this might have been the continuous harassment by the officials in the name of IT raid. And Dr. G. Parmeshwara, the Home Minister of Karnataka, has mentioned that a special investigation team will be constituted to investigate the matter of death of CJ Roy. And also 5 senior officers have been named for the same special investigation team. The DCP, along with two DCPs, 2 ACPs and an inspector, who will be headed by the Joint Commissioner, has already been announced by the Karnataka State Government. And also these special investigation team will take in all the data which has already been collected by the Ashok Nagar Police Station because they've already taken the statements of the family members and the employees and the staff who were at the office during the incident took place. All these will be transferred to the special investigation team in the next couple of hours. And it is expected that the truth behind the death of CJ Roy will be unfolded by the special investigation team. Rakshita.
Right, Abhishek, many thanks. In fact, we also have the reaction coming in from CJ Roy's brother, who has in fact raised many questions as far as the income tax officials are concerned. He's saying that the scrutiny on CJ Roy began several days earlier. He raises questions about the pressures he was facing, and his family has since publicly laid the blame on the tax officials for contributing to the tragic outcome. His brother has spoken to the media, claiming he was being harassed for over a month and was under intense pressure, something that Roy mentioned during their last phone call. Listen in.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು 10:40 ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 2 ಸತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್, ಏನೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ
IT ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ 3 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೌದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 3ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಂದ 6ನೇ ತಾರೀಕುವರೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದರು ಅವರು. ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗ ಏನು ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಯಾರವರು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅಂತ IRS ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೊಚ್ಚಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಏನು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಾನು ಹೋಗೋ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಾಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
All right, we have breaking news coming in from Bengaluru, viewers, where 4 young men have been found dead under suspicious circumstances. 4 youth from Assam found dead in Bengaluru. All 4 were migrant workers from Assam. They were employed at a beverage company. The deaths happened inside the room where the victims were sleeping, raising suspicion of suffocation. So you can see those are some disturbing visuals that are coming in. Abhishek joins us on the broadcast. From Abhishek, tell us more details about the deaths of these 4 Assamese migrant workers in Bengaluru.
Rachita, it was in the outskirts of Bengaluru, or probably the way we call it Bengaluru rural. Mutsandra is the village which is located within the Hoskote taluk, where all these 4 migrant workers from Assam who are in their early 20s and mid-20s were found dead when the supervisor tried to knock their door off. 2 of them were found lying on the ground, and another 2 persons were in a seated position who were not at all breathing. At this point of time, the preliminary visual looked like they tried to cook some food within their room by closing the doors and the windows, which they might have forgotten to reopen after the consumption of the food. However, the food is intact. They haven't consumed food. It might be because of the shortage of oxygen, or it might be the case is that had they consumed any other food, or probably were they intoxicated, is the point which has been raised now. The bodies will have to be taken into the postmortem, after which the reason for the death of all these persons will be unfolded. However, it might be due to the lack of oxygen or the depletion of oxygen within the room.
Right.
These 4 have succumbed to death. We are awaiting the further data.
Right, many thanks, Abhishek, for joining us with those details coming in on that story, viewers. Now we have some more breaking news coming in as the NIA is now taking over the probe, viewers. All right, viewers, we'll just shift our focus to other stories.
On 6 Stories at 6 this evening, we'll tell you about the investigation into the death of business tycoon CJ Roy in Bengaluru, with the family now claiming months of harassment by income tax officials. In Maharashtra, the wife of late Ajit Pawar, Sunetra Pawar, has taken charge as the elected leader of the legislative party. What does it mean for the future of NCP? We'll tell you all about that. In Jammu and Kashmir, the forces have launched a massive anti-terror operation in Kishtwar as part of their crackdown against Jaish-e-Mohammed operatives. We'll tell you about that and a lot more coming up at 6 p.m. with me, Ayana Mitra.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard, yet there are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. You know, Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular. So like I said, a sophisticated operation, intelligence operation was launched to completely derail the Iranian currency. The Iranian currency is now $1 is to 150,000 riyal. The aim was to inflict so much pain, economic pain on the people of Iran that they would rise in revolt. And they did. And they did. But this revolt was, I think, very intelligently handled by the Iranians. They understood the real pain points, and Pezeshkian, the Prime Minister, the moderate, he said we are prepared to talk and prepared to help. But as far as the
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, a business tycoon, CJ Roy, has committed suicide. Family alleges harassment by IT department officials. The IT department refutes allegations. What's happening with the investigation? We'll get you all the updates. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
वोट बैंक की तुष्टीकरण के कारण घुसपैठियों को खुश करने के लिए ममता बनर्जी और तृणमूल कांग्रेस वंदे मातरम का विरोध कर रही है। ममता जी,
Amit Shah's scathing attack on Mamta Banerjee in West Bengal says Mamta opposed Vande Mataram to appease infiltrators. Real estate tycoon CJ Roy found dead in Bengaluru office. Family claims he was harassed for months by IT department. Late NCP leader Ajit Pawar's wife Sunitra Pawar takes oath as Maharashtra's deputy CM after a key meeting held this afternoon. Jaipur man arrested by Rajasthan intelligence for spying for Pakistan sent to custody till 4th of February. US government enters a partial shutdown after Congress fails to pass the 2026 budget before the midnight deadline. Welcome viewers, our top focus at this hour. More developments are now coming in the connection with confidant group owner CJ Roy's suicide case. Now the Commissioner of Police Bengaluru City, Simat Kumar Singh, has ordered the constitution of a special investigation team and directed that the investigation of the case now be transferred to the said team. Now the SIT will be headed by the Joint Commissioner of Police West Zone, C. Vamshi Krishna, IPS, the Deputy Commissioner of Police, South Division, Lokesh Jagalsar, IPS, will be functioning as the investigating officer. In addition, the Deputy Commissioner of Police, Central Division, Akshay Hake, IPS, along with other senior officers deputed from various divisions and special units, will also be members of this special investigation team. Now, the SIT in this case has been empowered to induct additional officers and resources as required for the purposes of the investigation. All concerned officers have been instructed to extend full cooperation to ensure that a lawful, prompt and effective investigation is conducted in this case. Now, viewers, all aspects of the case will be thoroughly examined and relevant information will be communicated to the public in the coming days is the latest we know as far as the investigation goes. All right, viewers, now the raids which were conducted as part of the tax scrutiny began several days earlier. They have raised questions about the pressures the business tycoon was facing. His family has since publicly laid the blame on the tax officials for contributing to the tragic outcome. Let's listen in to the reaction coming in from his brother.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು 10:40ಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 2 ಸತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್, ಏನೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ
ಐ ಟಿ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ 3 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೌದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 3ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಂದ 6ನೇ ತಾರೀಕುವರೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದರು ಅವರು. ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗ ಏನು ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರವರು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅಂತ IRS ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕೊಚ್ಚಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಏನು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಾನು ಹೋಗೋ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಾಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Now, viewers, the United States, which imposed tariffs on India last year for buying Venezuelan oil, has now told Delhi it can resume those purchases soon to help replace imports coming in from Russia. Now, India pledged to slash Russian crude oil purchases after Washington also hiked tariffs related to that activity. And India is now on track to lower its Russian oil imports by several 100,000 barrels per day in the coming months. This is according to sources. Now, here is a detailed report by my colleague Hina, who explains the latest pitch by Washington. Take a look.
Trump is now asking India to resume its oil imports from Venezuela in order to replace Russian oil imports. But let's take a look at the larger picture. What happened in March 2025? We saw that Trump imposed 25% tariffs on all the nations, including India, for purchasing Venezuelan oil. So 25% tariff Trump imposed. But after that, fast forward to 3rd of January this year, we saw that US invaded Venezuela, captured then Venezuelan President Maduro, and then what happens is now Trump is pitching Venezuelan oil again to India in order to replace Russian oil imports. But let's just take a look at what exactly is India's Venezuelan oil imports. Let's look at this chart. In 2012-13, we saw that $13 billion was India's Venezuelan oil imports in terms of values. In terms of value, 12.4% is what was the entire share of Venezuelan oil from the total oil imports that India did in that time. And after that, we saw a substantial drop, almost half. It went down to $7.2 billion, which is about 6.7% of India's total oil imports. Now, moving further, in 2019-20, we saw it went down to 0.64 billion, which is again a massive drop, which was 1.1% of India's total oil imports. In 23-24, we saw that the total imports was $802 million, which is 0.6% of India's total oil imports. But let's look at the figures right now. If we talk about the partial year 2025, from April 2025 to October 2025, the overall imports was $0.255 billion, which was 0.3% of India's total oil imports. Now, before we move into the larger picture of how much India imports from Russia, let's not forget that India's decision will be basis the interest of Indian consumers and the supply chain security. But let's also take a look at how much India imports from Russia. So we can see that from January till October 2025, we saw $25 to $30 billion of Russian oil imports in terms of value. In November, we saw it was about $3.7 billion. And now in December, it was about $2.5 billion. We are getting to know, as per reports, that this Russian oil imports is going to now substantially decreased by several hundreds of thousands of barrels as well. But this is the current figure. In November 2025, we saw that 35% of Indian oil imports was from Russia. So again, to reiterate that India's decision will depend on the interest of Indian consumers. And even if Trump tries to change, strategically influence India's decision, we have made it clear and we have this steady and constant stance that it will be completely as per the interest of Indian consumers and the security of supply chains, not by any sort of threats that Trump is giving.
And now viewers, on to domestic politics. Union Home Minister Amit Shah today launched a sharp attack on the TMC government at the BJP workers' meet in Barakpur, West Bengal, accusing it of corruption, administrative failures and compromising national security. Highlighted institutional corruption in recruitment scams, welfare schemes and smuggling cases, while accusing the state government of obstructing border fencing and allowing infiltration. Now, referring to the deadly fire that took place at Kolkata Momo unit, Shah claimed that it was not an accident but demanded a transparent probe, questioning the very delay in arrests. The TMC at this point has not issued any detailed response so far. Here's viewers what Amit Shah had to say today. Take a listen.
मां, माटी और मानुष का नारा देकर ममता बनर्जी सत्ता में आई। यहां पर मां असुरक्षित, महिलाओं की सुरक्षा का कोई ठोर ठिकाना नहीं। माटी, भूमि घुसपैठिए हजम कर गए हैं और मानुष ममता की सिंडिकेट से परेशान है। आज 25 लोग मारे गए, 27 लोग लापता है। मैं ममता जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, अगर ये घुसपैठिए होते तो आपका रिएक्शन ऐसा ही होता क्या? अरे बंगाल के नागरिक मारे गए हैं, इसमें वोट बैंक की पॉलिटिक्स क्या कर रही हो ममता जी? आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए, शर्म आनी चाहिए। मैं आपको बताता हूं, 2014 में हमें सिर्फ 2 सीट मिली थी। 2019 में 41% वोट और 18 सीटें मिली। 2024 में 39% वोट मिला है और 2021 की विधानसभा में 38% वोट और 77 सीटें लेकर शुभेंदु अधिकारी हमारे विपक्ष के नेता बने हुए, विपक्ष के नेता। ममता दीदी, अब हमें तो 38% से 45% का जंप लगाना है। आप एक बार देखना, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वोट शेयर 50% से ज्यादा होने वाला है और प्रचंड बहुमत से हमारी सरकार बनने वाली है। वंदे मातरम। नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने वंदे मातरम के 150 साल पूरे देश भर में मनाने का निर्णय किया है। ये फिर से एक बार बंगाल से उठा हुआ वंदे मातरम का नारा कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी और गुजरात से बंगाल तक पहुंचाने का निर्णय हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
And now viewers, there's some developments coming in from northeast, from Imphal. Thousands took to streets for a Kokumi-led rally to save Manipur. Now this mobilization comes amid prolonged unrest, deep politics uncertainty and nearly a year of president's rule in the state. Here are more details on how this rally panned out and what are their demands. Take a look.
A sea of people in Imphal this morning. From early hours, men, women and elderly residents began converging at Tidim ground, many walking in groups, others arriving with banners and placards. By 11 a.m., thousands gathered under the banner of the Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity or COCOMI for a mass rally themed Manipur Kanba Kongchat, meaning Save Manipur. Local clubs, Mira Paibis, students, student bodies and volunteers joined the march in large numbers.
People of Manipur has now understood and realized that the ongoing crisis in the state of Manipur is completely a design of the government of India, and now it is time for the government of India to change its policy of waging proxy war against the people of Manipur using these Chinkuki narco-terrorist groups, which they have been mobilizing since 2008 in the name of a very deceitful agreement called Suspension of Operation Agreement. They have also failed to address the gross human rights violations of the people of Manipur for over 2.5 years.
The rally is rooted in deep public anger and fatigue. Manipur has witnessed months of violence, ethnic tension, displacement and instability, severely disrupting daily life and livelihoods.
अचानक कुकी टेररिस्ट लोग ने हमला करके हम लोग का घर बार सब जला चुका है। हम लोग अभी इम्फाल का रिलीफ कैंप में है। अभी आज का जो रैली जो निकलने के लिए अभी जो कर रहा है, सरकार के द्वारा दिसंबर तक के अंदर में आईडीपी से जो आईडीपी है उसको तीन हिस्सा में वो लोग घर भेजने के लिए कोशिश किया था। फिर भी सरकार का जो घर वापसी जो करना था वो नहीं कर पाया। फिर अभी थोड़ा मोड़ा जो जाने के लिए शुरू किया था उसमें से फिर टेररिस्ट कुकी लोग ने फिर गोली मारा, बम फटा। इसकी वजह से अभी सरकार के द्वारा अभी कुछ भी एक्शन नहीं ले रहा है।
The rally began at Tidim Ground, Kwakethel, moved along Tidim Road and concluded at Thau Ground, Thang Meband. Adding weight to the protest, petrol pumps across Manipur was shut today. The Manipur Petroleum Dealers Fraternity announced full and unconditional support to the rally. Manipur has been under President's rule since February 13, 2025, with no elected government in place. Despite central administration, peace has remained fragile, a key grievance driving today's mobilization.
Yes, exactly, sir. The frontmost line have already reached the destination point. There is the Thangmeban ground, and yes, still on the ground. I'll show you the background here, sir. And the number of participants is not in thousands, it's in lakhs. And yes, even though the frontmost line have reached its destination point, still the last ending point is still at the starting area. The last point, the last line is still at the starting area. It means that the number of people is huge, and it is beyond expectation of this rally. And as you can see in the background also, there are a huge number of people gathered and in the ground already.
Heavy security arrangements were in place. Senior security officials monitored the situation as the march passed through key areas of the city. The rally comes as President's rule in Manipur approaches the 1-year mark. In recent months, senior central BJP leaders have held multiple meetings with the MLAs, including those from the Kuki-Zo community, to explore the possibility of forming a popular government. But tensions flared again recently after some Kuki-Zo houses were set ablaze in Kangpokpi district, casting a shadow over any immediate move to restore an elected government. For those on the streets, this rally is a message that prolonged central rule has not delivered peace, and decisive political and security solutions are now being demanded.
And now, viewers, the India-EU FTA, hailed as the mother of all deals and watched to close globally, is a milestone in Europe and India's bilateral trade. Now, the deal encompasses almost a quarter of global trade and impacts the world's economic equation in a much great way. Now, ahead of the budget session, Prime Minister Modi also mentioned it and said it is a great opportunity for India as a whole new market is now opening for Indian businesses. So what does the mother of all deals encompass? Watch this report which explains India-EU FTA in a nutshell. Take a look.
And right after Davos,
the next weekend, I will travel to India. There's still work to do, but we are on the cusp of a historic trade agreement. Indeed, some call it the mother of all deals. Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals.
यह सिर्फ ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट नहीं है, यह साझा समृद्धि का नया ब्लूप्रिंट है.
Question is that there has been a lot of talk about India-EU negotiations and finalization of trade talk. The business community in Pakistan, who had an edge over their exports over the competitors from the region because of the GSP plus, now they worry about loss of around $10 billion of their edge. Whether Pakistan is also doing something because our GSP plus is ending next year, and what will be the fate of exports of Pakistan in terms of the competitors from the region? Thank you, sir.
Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals. We are creating a market of 2 billion people, and this is the tale of two giants, the world's second and fourth largest economies, two giants who choose partnership in a true win-win fashion. A strong message that cooperation is the best answer to global challenges. And by combining these strengths, we reduce strategic dependencies at a time when trade is increasingly weaponized.
यह सिर्फ ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट नहीं है, यह साझा समृद्धि का नया ब्लूप्रिंट है. आज ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में बड़ी उथल-पुथल है. ऐसे में भारत और यूरोपियन यूनियन की साझेदारी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सिस्टम में स्थिरता को मजबूती देगी.
Question is that there has been a lot of talk about India-EU negotiations and finalization of trade talk. The business community in Pakistan, who had an edge over their exports over the competitors from the region because of the GSP plus, now they worry about loss of around $10 billion of their edge. Whether Pakistan is also doing something because our GSP plus is ending next year, and what will be the fate of exports of Pakistan in terms of the competitors from the region? Thank you, sir.
The India-EU trade, first of all, we are aware of this agreement. We have seen reports and as well as the content. Pakistan maintains long-standing, friendly, and mutually beneficial relations with the EU. The EU GSP Plus scheme for Pakistan has proven to be a win-win template for bilateral cooperation, both for Pakistan and EU. And imports of textile and apparel from Pakistan to EU cater for the consumer market, providing them with uninterrupted supply of affordable goods through the arrangement. And the total volume between our two sides stand close to over 12 billion euros. We remain committed to further strengthening relations with the EU in all areas of mutual interest, including trade. This matter came under discussion during the strategic dialogue held late last year, where our Deputy Prime Minister conducted this strategic dialogue with his EU counterpart. This matter came under discussion also in our numerous subsequent engagements with the EU side and also with the constituents of EU, like, for example, the latest bilateral political consultations with Belgium, and indeed with all other EU member states. We take up this matter bilaterally with the EU member states and also collectively with the EU headquarters in Brussels.
जीरा मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well, then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard yet. There are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world, and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. None of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly immature and foolish if United States still decided to go.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us. You are watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Oyana Mitra. Over the next 30 minutes, I will take you through the details of those 6 stories which have dominated the headlines today. So here we go. First, the details of the CJ Roy death investigation as the family makes shocking allegations of harassment against Income Tax Department officials. Second, a new chapter in the politics of Maharashtra as Sunetra Pawar takes charge as leader of the NCP post the demise of late Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar. Third, the confessions of a beggar. Hear it himself from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, how supposedly ashamed they are to ask quote-unquote allies for funds to sustain their economy. Next, we take you to ball-bound state of West Bengal, where Home Minister Amit Shah is on a 2-day visit and he has sharply taken down the Mamata Banerjee government and their model of politics. Then we take a look at the anti-terror operations that are underway in Kishtawar in Jammu and Kashmir, where 3 army jawans have also reportedly been injured in this exchange of fire. Finally, thousands take to the streets in Imphal as part of the Save Manipur rally, demanding total reinstation of law and order in the state. With that, let's get started. Our first story for the evening, viewers. A Bengaluru-based real estate tycoon known for his flamboyant lifestyle and passion for luxury cars has died by suicide, sending shockwaves across business and social circles. Confident Group Chairman CJ Roy, 57 years old, he allegedly shot himself at his Bengaluru office on Friday while income tax searches were underway. Now, a day before his death, the IT department had conducted raids on companies linked to him, reportedly uncovering assets disproportionate to his known sources of income. Meanwhile, the family of CJ Roy has now come out and alleged harassment by income tax officials after the searches. And this harassment, they claim, has not begun now. It has been going on for a month. Here's everything that we know about the case so far.
The sudden demise of real estate tycoon, Confident Group founder CJ Roy has raised eyebrows. He was found dead on Friday at his office in central Bengaluru.
This is the outside of the office where we can clearly show that he was an entrepreneur, not only limited to real estate, but also he had the entertainment event and mega movies and events. He had various other companies registered in various other names under his radar. And this particular door has been locked as of now after the Ashok Nagar police have collected enough number of samples and proofs which were present when he killed himself the previous day. Not to forget Dr. C.J. Roy, who was from Kerala, who was an employee of a Fortune 500 company, who later started new venture in his own hands, and he also believed that the fact that one shouldn't dream small and one should always dream big, and he also pressed on a fact that the dreams will come true one day.
The 57-year-old was found with bullet injuries shortly after raids were conducted at his office by IT officials. A complaint letter assessed by Republic traces the final hours. The letter mentions how instructions were issued to not let anyone into Roy's cabin shortly after his meeting with income tax sleuths. When repeated knocks went unanswered, the door was forced open, only to find him blood-soaked and dead. The family has claimed months of harassment.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು 10:40ಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 2 ಸತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್ ಏನೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದ್ರು
ಐ ಟಿ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ 3 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೌದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅದು ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 3ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಂದ 6ನೇ ತಾರೀಕುವರೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದರು ಅವರು. ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗ ಏನು ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಯಾರವರು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅಂತ IRS ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕೊಚ್ಚಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಏನು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಾನು ಹೋಗೋ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಾಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Even as these allegations surface, a report has been submitted to the MHA that rules out exertion of pressure. The Karnataka government has ordered a high-level investigation into the case. Further details into the case are awaited, as the case might get transferred to CID due to the sensitive nature of cause.
Right, viewers, in Maharashtra's fast-changing political landscape, the Nationalist Congress Party has moved quickly to ensure continuity after the sudden loss of Ajit Pawar. The NCP has now chosen a new face to lead its legislature party. Rajya Sabha MP Sunetra Pawar, also the wife of late Ajit Pawar, has been unanimously elected as the party's legislator party leader and has taken oath as the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. What does it mean for the alliance, for the party and for the future of Maharashtra's politics? Take a look.
मी सुनेत्रा अजित पवार गांभीर्यपूर्वक प्रतिज्ञा करते की
A moment of transition and a test of political stability for the Nationalist Congress Party in Maharashtra. Days after the tragic death of senior leader Ajit Pawar, the NCP acted swiftly, naming Sunetra Pawar as its legislature party leader, clearing the path for her to take charge as Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. The decision comes in the immediate aftermath of the legislative elections, with the party keen to project unity, continuity, and calm amid a sudden leadership vacuum. The call was taken at a crucial meeting at Mumbai's Vidhan Bhavan, attended by senior party leadership, including Working President Praful Patel and State Chief Sunil Tatkare. Following the meeting, the party resolved to formally communicate its decision to the Chief Minister, paving the way for Sunetra Pawar's induction into the state cabinet. A sitting Rajya Sabha MP, Sunetra Pawar, has resigned from the upper house ahead of her oath-taking ceremony. Party leaders described the decision as unanimous, driven by consensus within the legislature party and public sentiment in the wake of Ajit Pawar's untimely passing. Beyond electoral politics, Sunetra Pawar brings with her a reputation for social and environmental work, having led initiatives on sustainability, water conservation and rural empowerment through the Environmental Forum of India. Sunetra Pawar's elevation signals not just a change in leadership, but the NCP's effort to steady the ship as Maharashtra's new political chapter unfolds.
And viewers, up next, hear it from the head of a broke nation. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has openly admitted to begging for financial help. He has said that him and his army chief, Field Marshal Asim Munir, had to bow their heads to secure loans. Now, in a rare confession, Shehbaz Sharif has told top exporters that the country's foreign exchange reserves have improved, but at the cost of self-respect. Shehbaz has admitted that they feel ashamed when they go around the world begging for money, essentially exposing the shameful choices that Pakistan faces due to its economic crisis. Take a look.
आप जानते हैं कि जो कर्ज लेने जाता है उसका सर झुका हुआ होता है और फिर उसके बाद जो ऑब्लिगेशंस आती हैं वो आपको उसका अच्छी तरह इल्म है। मैं यहाँ पर बग़ैर किसी लगी लपटी के आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि मैं भी और ख़ामोशी के साथ फील्ड मार्शल हम कई ममालिक में गए और उनसे कहा कि IMF का प्रोग्राम है, ये हमारा एक्सटर्नल गैप है, आप इतने बिलियन डॉलर्स दे दें, आप इतने बिलियन डॉलर्स दे दें।
An open admission by Pakistan's PM Shehbaz Sharif, admitting that he and the country's army chief, Field Marshal Asim Munir, had to travel to nations to beg for financial help. The rare confession came during his address to top Pakistani exporters in Islamabad. Shehbaz elaborated how embarrassingly he and Asim Munir have had to compromise to seek help desperately.
इस वक्त सूरत हाल ये है कि तीसरा इशारिया मैं आपको ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे जो रिजर्व्स हैं फॉरेन एक्सचेंज के वो उस वक्त से अगर आप उसका मुकाबला करें तो ऑलमोस्ट डबल हो चुके हैं अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह। लेकिन इसमें दोस्त ममालिक के कर्ज़े शामिल हैं और मैं आपको किस तरह ये बात बताऊं कि किस तरीके से हमने उन दोस्त ममालिक को जाकर कर्ज़े लेने के लिए उनके दरख्वास्तें दी और उन दोस्त ममालिक ने हमें मायूस नहीं किया। लेकिन आप जानते हैं कि जो कर्ज़ लेने जाता है उसका सर झुका हुआ होता है और फिर उसके बाद जो ऑब्लिगेशंस आती हैं वो आपको उसका अच्छी तरह इल्म है। मैं यहाँ पर बग़ैर किसी लगी लपटी के आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि मैं भी और ख़ामोशी के साथ फील्ड मार्शल हम कई ममालिक में गए और उनसे कहा कि IMF का प्रोग्राम है, ये हमारा एक्सटर्नल गैप है, आप इतने बिलियन डॉलर्स दे दें, आप इतने बिलियन डॉलर्स दे दें। मैं उन ममालिक का, उन दोस्त ममालिक का बेहद शुक्रगुज़ार हूँ कि जिन्होंने हमारी पजीराई की। लेकिन आप जानते हैं कि जब कोई किसी से मांगने जाता है तो अपनी इज़्ज़त नफ्स के ऊपर वो उसकी कीमत उसको चुकानी पड़ती है, कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ करना पड़ता है।
Pakistan's worsening financial condition is not new to the world, but Shehbaz's shameless confession now further blows the matter away.
Pakistan has become an embarrassment to the Islamic community, and this mad mullah, Pinjre wali Munni Bai, who claims to be a Kheti marshal, I think field in Hindi means Kheti. This Kheti marshal is totally useless, unable to do anything. So this acknowledgement is also meant for the people of his country that, look guys, whatever the Kheti marshal is saying, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll bring heaven on earth, that is not true.
Pakistan recently received $1.2 billion from the IMF as part of its ongoing loan program and a separate climate-related financing plan. Earlier in September 2024, the IMF approved a $7 billion bailout for Pakistan under its Extended Fund Facility. The funding has helped Pakistan repay debt and build up its foreign reserves. Much of Pakistan's recent external assistance has come from nations including China, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar in the form of loans, deposits, and deferred payments.
It's not a confession, but it's a strategic admission by Shehbaz Sharif that yes, the Pakistan's economy is in shambles, and once how the Field Marshal and how Shehbaz Sharif have been literally going out to all their investors and literally not even requesting but begging for money and explaining to them why they need it and why are they not able to clear their previous bailout packages and why are they not able to do it properly is the answer that they have not answered to the public yet.
Pakistan's economic challenges have deepened sharply in recent years. Reportedly, as of March 2025, the country's total public debt has crossed 76,000 billion rupees, nearly doubling in just 4 years. While these packages have offered temporary relief, Sharif's remarks underline a growing realization within Pakistan's leadership that borrowing can no longer be a permanent solution.
Viewers, on to West Bengal, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah today launched a sharp attack on the Trinamool Congress government at a BJP workers' meet in Barakpur in North 24 Parganas, accusing the government of corruption, of administrative failure and compromising national security. Highlighting the BJP's growth in the state of West Bengal, which is poll-bound, Amit Shah said that the party aims to raise its vote share from 38 to 45% in the coming elections. The highlights from the Amit Shah speech for you.
मां, माटी और मानुष का नारा देकर ममता बनर्जी सत्ता में आई। यहां पर मां असुरक्षित, महिलाओं की सुरक्षा का कोई ठोर ठिकाना नहीं। माटी, भूमि घुसपैठिए हजम कर गए हैं और मानुष ममता की सिंडिकेट से परेशान है। आज 25 लोग मारे गए, 27 लोग लापता है। मैं ममता जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, अगर ये घुसपैठिए होते तो आपका रिएक्शन ऐसा ही होता क्या? अरे बंगाल के नागरिक मारे गए हैं, इसमें वोट बैंक की पॉलिटिक्स क्या कर रही हो ममता जी? आपको शर्म आनी चाहिए, शर्म आनी चाहिए। मैं आपको बताता हूं, 2014 में हमें सिर्फ 2 सीट मिली थी। 2019 में 41% वोट और 18 सीटें मिली। 2024 में 39% वोट मिला है और 2021 की विधानसभा में 38% वोट और 77 सीटें लेकर शुभेंदु अधिकारी हमारे विपक्ष के नेता बने हुए, विपक्ष के नेता। ममता दीदी, अब हमें तो 38% से 45% का जंप लगाना है। आप एक बार देखना, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वोट शेयर 50% से ज्यादा होने वाला है और प्रचंड बहुमत से हमारी सरकार बनने वाली है। वंदे मातरम। नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने वंदे मातरम के 150 साल पूरे देश भर में मनाने का निर्णय किया है। ये फिर से एक बार बंगाल से उठा हुआ वंदे मातरम का नारा कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी और गुजरात से बंगाल तक पहुंचाने का निर्णय हमारे नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी।
All right, viewers, in Jammu and Kashmir, the hunt is back on in Kishtawar. The Indian Army's White Knight Corps, along with Jammu and Kashmir Police and the CRPF, have once again locked onto Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists hiding deep inside the forests in the Singhpora area of Kishtawar. Operations are underway as we speak, as forces tighten the cordon in hostile terrain. Here's the latest from Ground Zero.
Dense forests, steep slopes, and a familiar background in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtawar. In the early hours of Saturday, Indian Army's White Knight Corps, in coordination with J&K Police and CRPF, re-established contact with Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists hiding in the Chatru region.
Encounter broke out between terrorists and the security forces in the upper reaches of the Chatru in the Kishtawar district. This was for the fourth time that the same Jaish-e-Mohammed group has been intercepted by the security forces and contact has been established. It is believed to be the same group of Jaish-e-Mohammed that has infiltrated in Jammu and Kashmir in 2023-24 and has been active in the area. Sources say that Saifullah, the top commander, is also among those who have been trapped by the security forces and operation is underway.
The joint operation follows specific intelligence inputs pointing to the terrorists' fresh movement in the Dolgam area. Terrorists who have been evading capture since the deadly January 18 encounter. That encounter had turned tragic when terrorists positioned at higher altitude opened fire on a search party, killing Special Forces Havildar Gajendra Singh and injuring 8 others. Since then, security forces have been tracking the group, managing to make contact twice earlier this month. But the terrorists slipped away, using the dense forest cover to their advantage. This time, forces have tightened the noose. A multi-layered cordon has been established from all sides, with troops pushing deeper into the forest belt as the operation continues. The renewed firefight comes a day after mobile internet services were temporarily suspended in Chatru, a preventive measure to block terror communications and maintain security. Chatru has remained a known terror base for Jaish over the past 2 years. Just last year, braving snow-covered terrain and harsh weather, security forces eliminated 3 terrorists here. As operations continue, forces remain on high alert, determined to neutralize the threat and restore peace in this volatile pocket of Kishtawar.
And finally, viewers, on to the big story from Imphal in Manipur, where thousands took to the streets for a Kokomi-led rally titled Save Manipur. The mobilization comes amid prolonged unrest, deep political uncertainty, and nearly a year of president's rule in the state. Complete details of the rally for you.
A sea of people in Imphal this morning. From early hours, men, women and elderly residents began converging at Tidim ground, many walking in groups, others arriving with banners and placards. By 11 a.m., thousands gathered under the banner of the Coordinating Committee on Manipur Integrity or Kokomi for a mass rally themed Manipur Kanba Kongchat, meaning Save Manipur. Local clubs, Mira Paibis, students, student bodies and volunteers joined the march in large numbers.
People of Manipur has now
understood and realized that the ongoing crisis in the state of Manipur is completely a design of the government of India, and now it is time for the government of India to change its policy of waging proxy war against the people of Manipur using these Tinkuki narco-terrorist groups, which they have been mobilizing since 2008 in the name of a very deceitful agreement called Suspension of Operation Agreement. They have also failed to address the gross human rights violations of the people of Manipur for over 2.5 years.
The rally is rooted in deep public anger and fatigue. Manipur has witnessed months of violence, ethnic tension, displacement and instability, severely disrupting daily life and livelihoods.
अचानक कुकी टेररिस्ट लोग ने हमला करके हम लोग का घर बार सब जला चुका है। हम लोग अभी इम्फाल का रिलीफ कैंप में है। अभी आज का जो रैली जो निकलने के लिए अभी जो कर रहा है, सरकार के द्वारा दिसंबर तक के अंदर में आईडीपी से जो आईडीपी है उसको तीन हिस्सा में वो लोग घर भेजने के लिए कोशिश किया था। फिर भी सरकार का जो घर वापसी जो करना था वो नहीं कर पाया। फिर अभी थोड़ा मोड़ा जो जाने के लिए शुरू किया था उसमें से फिर टेररिस्ट कुकी लोग ने फिर गोली मारा, बम फटा। इसकी वजह से अभी सरकार के द्वारा अभी कुछ भी एक्शन नहीं ले रहा है।
The rally began at Tidim Ground, Kwakethel, moved along Tidim Road and concluded at Thau Ground, Thang Meband. Adding weight to the protest, petrol pumps across Manipur were shut today. The Manipur Petroleum Dealers Fraternity announced full and unconditional support to the rally. Manipur has been under president's rule since February 13, 2025, with no elected government in place. Despite central administration, peace has remained fragile, a key grievance driving today's mobilization.
Yes, exactly, sir. The frontmost line have already reached the destination point. There is the Thamweban ground, and yes, still on the ground. I will show you the background here, sir. And the number of participants is not in thousands, it's in lakhs. And yes, even though the frontmost line have reached its destination point, still the last ending point is still at the starting area. The last point, the last line is still at the starting area. It means that the number of people is huge, and it is beyond expectation of this rally. And as you can see in the background also, there are a huge number of people gathered and in the ground already.
Heavy security arrangements were in place. Senior security officials monitored the situation as the march passed through key areas of the city. The rally comes as President's rule in Manipur approaches the one-year mark. In recent months, senior central BJP leaders have held multiple meetings with the MLAs, including those from the Kuki-Zo community, to explore the possibility of forming a popular government. But tensions flared again recently after some Kuki-Zo houses were set ablaze in Kangpokpi district, casting a shadow over any immediate move to restore an elected government. For those on the streets, this rally is a message that prolonged central rule has not delivered peace, and decisive political and security solutions are now being demanded.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Iran. The plan was very highly ambitious. 40 to 50,000 Starlinks had been pushed into Iran because they knew that they would shut down the internet, and as abundant precaution they had put in about 50,000 Starlink terminals. This time the Russians and the Chinese seem to have warned Iran of the American playbook, and the Russian electronic warfare capabilities, the Chinese electronic warfare capabilities have been used to jam the Starlink terminals and cut off communications between the operatives on the ground and the intelligence agencies of Mossad and the CIA. Secondly, in June last year, when the United States and Israel had launched a combined attack to take out Iran's nuclear capability, nascent nuclear capability, a lot of their intelligence networks of the Mossad had been uncovered. Despite that, the Mossad tried a desperate gambit to sacrifice its intelligence networks in Iran if required, but to go for the jugular.
We start with the first chat today, Fireside Chat, and as AI transitions from pilots to population level deployment, especially when we talk about healthcare, the real challenge lies not just in building intelligence systems, but ensuring that they are working in harmony with the clinicians, with the patients, with public health ecosystems across diverse geographies. And our next speaker leads this effort across emerging and global markets, overseeing the operationalization of AI-driven healthcare solutions. His work focuses on translating deep tech innovation into outcomes that are clinically relevant, culturally adaptable, and scalable in real-world health systems. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Vicky Nanda, COO of and Head of International Business at Niramai Health Analytics, as he packs the AI's role in India's health stack. He's in conversation with our editor for Business Republic Digital, Mr. Pranav Kulkarni.
To begin with, for all of us, just to understand, Niramay is in fact one of the, I was just going through the profile and I just learned that it's one of the World Economic Forum's top 20 technology pioneers of 2024. So that's a company that's working in healthcare using AI for early cancer detection. Vicky, I just want to get started and understand from you, how did this journey actually begin?
First of all, thank you. Niramay, I would like to just quickly touch upon Niramay. So the expansion is like non-invasive risk assessment by machine and artificial intelligence. Actually, the journey began with the founder, Dr. Geeta Manjunath. She's a computer scientist, PhD in AI. She was a lab director at Xerox. She has worked earlier with HP, handling teams of data science, building AI models for healthcare. Now, back then in 2013, she suffered a setback by losing one of her sister-in-law due to breast cancer. Now, that changed everything for her because she saw there were like 2 young kids, and sister-in-law was like just under 40. So she was completely shattered. By the time she was recovering from this incident, there was another incident on the husband's side, again, a young death due to breast cancer. So she quit her job and took this as a research project, Niramay. And she never thought that this could be a potential opportunity back then, right? So, so here we are, Niramay. Today, we are an AI medical device company. We are a ISO 13485, ISO 27001 certified. Quality management systems are established. We are also GDPR compliant. In India, DPDP Act, which is for data privacy, we are compliant with that act as well. It is CDSO registered as well as made in India, which is an important part. So that's Niramay for you.
Okay. Vicky, one of the challenges, so to say, while AI on one side facilitates early healthcare or early diagnosis, trust could be one of the issues in terms of depending on AI systems for your own health. Is that a challenge? How did you overcome that? What were some of the initial issues or challenges that you faced while working on this concept?
I think this is a very important point because whenever in our life we become sick, we go to a doctor, we trust a doctor. Now we are saying trust a machine. Okay. So we need to understand, certain things here, how the machines are built, and also how the doctors are trained. Now, doctors are also trained on certain academic pathway when they look at images, when they look at tests, and then they use their training to talk about the clinical outcomes. So same way, the machines are built on a trained model so that you can trust the machines. But before you start trusting the machines, clinicians will expect, some kind of validation on those machine learning programs. Now, these validation becomes the starting point for clinicians to trust, because ultimately clinicians are going to use it. Because AI with doctor is the perfect, intelligence. No one can be standalone. The kind of innovation is happening today. So what are these validations? These validations are basically primarily if you are able to prove the accuracy of the test, the new innovative test with some of the existing technologies. For example, in our case, we have built an AI medical device for breast cancer detection. Now, the traditional technologies are mammograms, ultrasound, and confirmation biopsy, right? So we have to go through a rigorous kind of testing and validation to be done across these 3 technologies before you can actually say, publish a report in a scientific journal to tell the doctor that here are the sensitivities and specificity of a new device, which is actually performing at par and at certain areas better than traditional technologies. Okay. So those validations gives confidence, Pranab.
But then what's the difference between conventional technologies and AI-driven technology? And could you talk, if you could give us an example of where you've actually implemented it?
Traditional technologies like mammograms are X-ray based technologies. And then there are certain costs which is given that these technologies carry. Now, innovative technologies obviously look for opportunities where there are certain gaps. For example, Can traditional technologies do screenings for women at a younger age group? Can we address this market? Now, can we make it more cost effective? Can it be a tool where it can be used by every woman on the earth? So those are the fundamentals we keep in mind when we are developing these technologies. Now, just to highlight a little bit more, Niramai technology is basically a non-radiation-based technology. It's a thermal-based technology. In our technology, what happens is that we are not looking at analyzing the images. When you are looking at cancer detection, you are looking at images, you are looking at analyzing those images, interpreting those images, and then providing clinical outcomes to the doctor so that next line of treatment or next line of testing can be decided by the clinician. Now, what AI can do is actually can do it faster, can do it with less error, and can actually support the doctor by focusing on high-risk patients. So these are, some of the fundamentals AI can bring in and our technologies can bring in to make early detection possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were mentioning you carried out tests on about 15,000 women. Can you just tell us what exactly was that project about?
Yeah, so it's very important, like companies like us, like we are just pioneers in this AI, very early ones to bring the AI in the real world. Now, what does that mean? It means taking the AI where it matters the most. Like we have urban areas where we have like doctors available, machines available, access is there, quality healthcare is available. Okay, but what if we go to a district level and go to, let's say, at taluka level and at a village level? Now, when we have to go really at the rural level, primary level, this is where AI can play a role. And I would like to share that experience where we have actually implemented this AI at primary level, screened about 15,000 women with just one device over a period of 12 months across 89 locations in 323 facilities. 15,000 women were touched, screened, tested. 450 were found screening positive, out of which 50% went for radiological diagnosis. 27 cancers were treated. It's a perfect example how AI can actually be implemented on ground in rural areas where there is no doctor. So AI can actually play a role of triaging, identifying the high suspect cases, and then bring that suspect cases through healthcare programs to the district hospital for diagnosis and treatment.
Okay. How does a common man access it? I mean, for example, if I want to, go to a laboratory and get this conducted right now on my family members, for instance, what is the penetration like? Where is this test available? Do we have that kind of availability of this particular technology near all of us, wherever we are?
Correct. I think it's a very important question, how these new technologies are coming, both in private and, let's say, rural setting. I think as far as rural is concerned, definitely we need a government push so that they can adopt these AI technologies and make it available for every woman, so that it should not be a question for a woman to travel to big cities, big hospitals. But when it comes to private, I think it is also important that clinicians look at these validation studies. Today we are present in 200 plus hospitals across South, West, and North. Now these are important, but is that a number that I'm looking at? No, probably would like to be there in 10,000 plus hospitals, or maybe in all the hospitals, because that's the scope of the technology. It can be cost effective even for a diagnostic center to afford this. So that is where we would like to aim for, to be available at all the places so that women can access it in the neighborhood.
Okay. Vicky, one of the challenges in healthcare sector is the cost, one. And second, acceptance of these technologies by insurance companies. Because whenever an individual, a common man, goes to a hospital, what he or she is bothered about is the cost, and insurance companies need to accept these technologies or these results or tests as valid. What is the response that you've got from insurance companies on AI for preventive healthcare?
So I think it is a very important question, because when it comes to AI, one side is patient, then there is clinician, and then there are hospital administration and claims. It has to be integrated, right? So it is very important. Now, as far as cost is concerned, cost is, let me talk about Niramai. Our innovation has brought down the cost to 1/10 of what a traditional technology may cost for a deployment. Now, that is one side of it. So the cost is 1/10, but the accuracy is also higher than 30%.
Okay.
So you look at the overall impact innovation can bring. And second part is on, how insurance can accept this. So clinicians play a very important role because they will look at these validation studies and try to include this into their daily testing. However, today, insurance and clinicians today are seeing this as a wellness, preventive screening point of view, so that they can actually provide, support from insurance side to claim these tests from insurance company as a reimbursement. So a lot of employee wellness programs are sponsored by insurance companies. A lot of these preventives are reimbursed by the insurance companies. Definitely, I would like this to grow from here to hospitals where diagnostic screenings can also be reimbursed by insurance company. That's the aim. That is something we would like to aim as a new innovative technology.
Okay. Going forward over the next 5 years, if I really have to ask you about acceptance of AI in healthcare for trusting, for detection of illness or serious diseases, so to say, what do you think next 5 years look like?
It's a very important question. I don't know whether I will be able to answer that question, but yeah, I will try to attempt that.
In terms of need as well as probably from, acceptance.
Yeah, sure. I was talking to one gentleman here. So AI is actually, if you look at AI, we need to look at AI along with the doctor, as I said initially also. And when it comes to AI at rural areas, maybe AI can play a role, as a standalone. But together, it can play a very, big role. One, for the faster detection purposes. So I see a role of an AI coming into the system, not as a standalone player, but as an integrated intelligence layer for all the stakeholders, so that every woman today can access this test. That is the aim. If that can happen and fast track in next 5 years, I think that is awesome. Be it any technology, I'm not specifically talking about breast cancer detection, maybe other technologies which are also looking at some of these, public issues, health issues, whether it is TB, whether it is, others. But definitely when it comes to cancer, oral, breast, and cervical are the main cancers which government also focuses upon, and they are building on AI mission around these cancers. So it is very important that these technologies should be made available in the neighborhood. Next 5 years are important, definitely, Pranab.
Okay. Do you think doctors as well as laboratories have accepted the technology? What have you faced any challenges in terms of convincing people or convincing laboratories or doctors to accept this as the new form of detection?
Correct. I think if we look at the macro numbers here, that is very important because today, just on the breast cancer detection subject perspective, we have only 1% women in India taking test. Only 1% women. Now, what is the outcome of that? The outcome today is 96% of the women reaches tertiary care in late stages, which is stage 3 and 4, leading to late detection. Now, this late detection has huge impact. One is, of course, on the quality of life, mortality, and then, there is an economic loss of life years. So all these impact not only to the family, but also to the governments. So it is important that, we focus on these technologies, bring that into care, and tell the clinicians that the use of the technology is for initial assessment, especially in primary screenings, before they develop the confidence to move into the diagnostic screenings. AI on radiology, we are hearing about it, but some of the primary screenings that we are focusing on, I think it should be allowed, it should be grown, so that more and more people participate in primary screening so that early detection can be made possible.
Okay. That brings me to the very theme of this summit, and that's we are looking at India's AI leap. I mean, cracking the India code. When we look at India as a global player, where are we placed in terms of AI for early detection against global competitors, against the West, for example?
I think there is a lot of growing demand for such innovative technologies. We ourselves are seeing this demand, Pranab. We started our international business a couple of years back. Very proud and happy to say that we are present now providing this technology in 20 plus countries actually. And again, we are seeing demand coming in from most of other regions. I'm specifically talking about all the regions, right from Asia to Middle East to African region, as well as Latin America, US, Europe. There are different challenges in each of these countries. If we can divide this into developed countries and developing countries, you see developed countries have different problems when it comes to screening programs, and developing nations have other problems very similar to India, that participation is very low. Just very similar, like 1%, 2% women taking up the test in low and middle income countries, whereas in developed countries, 60 to 70% women takes test. But there the problems are different, the challenges are different. Now, challenges could be with respect to technical challenges when it comes to, with respect to devices, with respect to crowd management, with respect to opting out of the screening programs because they don't like specific tests. For example, in mammograms, I was reading one of the article in one of the West that woman said, I don't want to continue with preventive screening with mammogram because it is not comfortable. It's radiation-based, right? Whereas in our test, it is completely non-invasive, no touch, no see, no radiation. So there are different use cases which are developing in different, parts of the world in terms of, a growing demand for our products. And again, made in India.
Wonderful. Vicky, thank you very much. It's a pioneering technology, and I wish you all the best for this made in India product that you are, in fact, and the most important fact is the critical need in the sector that you're catering to. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Pranab. Thank you.
Shocking revelations have been made in the fresh release of the Epstein files. From Elon Musk to Bill Gates to several other big names have made it to the list of those who have been connected with Jeffrey Epstein. Even Zohran Mamdani's mother and filmmaker Meera Nair's name has surfaced. We'll also get you what's happening as far as the PCB, Pakistan Cricket Board, is concerned. It's delaying its confirmation while it is getting trolled as well for its boycott drama, rather create a suspense drama. We'll also get you the latest from Balochistan, Operation Head Off, as the Baloch rebels have attacked at least 12 areas in Balochistan, and some fresh visuals show that Baloch rebels have taken control of Quetta. We'll get you more at 7:30 on Trending Tonight with B. Rakshita.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
Simple terms. The Russians have clearly warned America thus far and no further. And if you think that we will do nothing when there is an existential regime to one of our very close allies, Iran, well then you are barking up the wrong tree. And they have supplied Kinzhal hypersonic missiles to Iran, with the help of which these Kinzhal hypersonic missiles, with its own hypersonic missiles, Iran can sink the Abraham Lincoln and many capital ships. And look at the media disaster that would be. Donald Trump doesn't want to put boots on the ground. He can't afford to. Not in Iran. Not in Iran, not even in Venezuela. So he wants a quick, easy, telematic victory. Looks damn good on television. You know, quick in, quick out. But in Iran, if he attacks Iran, he is going to get into a battle of attrition for which the United States is simply not prepared. It lacks the industrial capacity. Let me explain. The production capacity of the Patriot missiles, which are needed for air defense, missile defense, is about 550 to 600 per year. Russia can produce 800 Kinzhal missiles a year. To stop every Kinzhal missile, you will need 2 Patriot missiles. You don't have the capacity even for Ukraine. So can you do it for Ukraine? Can you do it for Iran? And what if China decides this is the best time to go for Taiwan then? Will you be able to protect Taiwan? Will you be able to protect American bases in the Pacific? I mean, this hasn't been thought through.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Whose backyard is Iran? It's nobody's backyard, yet there are vital stakes there for the Chinese, for the Russians, the Americans. It is the oil cockpit of the world and America wants to control the outflow. The problem is, sir, that Iran is not Venezuela. Iran can hit back and hit back hard. none of its capabilities to hit back have been degraded in the slightest degree. And Donald Trump had to eat crow and back off and start looking for off-ramps. The first off-ramp he chose was they had threatened to hang some 850 citizens, and because I pressurized them, they said they are not hanging them. They've said, the Supreme Court of Iran has said, yes, we will hang them. Off-ramp gone. So what does Donald Trump do? To save face, he starts moving in huge armadas. The Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States clearly told Donald Trump that, look, we thought there would be an overthrow of the regime, there would be chaos, and we would need only a small force level to deliver the coup de grace. Now that that has not happened, we'll have to increase force levels if you still want to go ahead with it. Frankly, it would be highly immature and foolish if United States still decided to go in. There is no surprise any longer. In June last year, the United States had gained surprised by the perfidy of saying we are going to have talks, and then they attacked while the talks had just started. So they were able to surprise the Iranians, who didn't want to really go in for a fight, right? But the simple fact is, now they know it is a question of survival. It is a question.
Shocking revelations have been made in the fresh release of the Epstein files. From Elon Musk to Bill Gates to several other big names have made it to the list of those who have been connected with Jeffrey Epstein. Even Zohran Mamdani's mother and filmmaker Meera Nair's name has surfaced. We'll also get you what's happening as far as the PCB, Pakistan Cricket Board, is concerned. It's delaying its confirmation while it is getting trolled as well for its boycott drama, rather create a suspense drama. We also get you the latest from Balochistan, Operation Head Off, as the Baloch rebels have attacked at least 12 areas in Balochistan, and some fresh visuals show that Baloch rebels have taken control of Quetta. We'll get you more at 7:30 on Trending Tonight with B. Rakshita.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. There was the suicide of a businessman, which is the biggest headline from Karnataka. Not just Karnataka, but even in Kerala, because this man in the picture, his name is CJ Roy. He's a very big businessman, and while he was being raided by the income tax, committed suicide. He turned the gun on himself during the raid. Here are the headlines. We have some more details on the story. Here are the headlines this Saturday evening. Real estate tycoon CJ Roy commits suicide in his Bengaluru office. Family claims that he was being harassed by the income tax department. Republic accesses details of a letter by a DGCA whistleblower. Someone working within the DGCA The letter mentions of unspoken pressure. Union Home Minister Amit Shah on a two-day campaign visit to Bengal takes on Mamata Banerjee government for using infiltrators as a vote bank. US government shuts down after Congress fails to pass the budget for 2026. Well, one of the biggest headlines, ladies and gentlemen, is the sudden death of a businessman. He ran a group called the Confident Group. He was the founder and chairman. His name is C.J. Roy. A 57-year-old business tycoon, claims to have close to 200 projects that he's carried out, valued at over $1 billion. And he was being raided by the income tax. Committed suicide during the income tax raid. His family has claimed, and those who worked with him claimed, that he was being harassed by the income tax department. And there are details emerging that talk about the final few moments before he committed suicide. He went into a room. The family claims that he went into a room while income tax raids were ongoing for almost 3 days, is what C.J. Roy's brother has written in a letter, saying that this man was under a lot of pressure from the income tax department. These are details that have been written, mentioned in writing by the family of C.J. Roy, saying he did not explain what the pressure was, but there was some sort of pressure. And that the family last spoke to him at 10:40 a.m. The brother spoke to Republic. Take a listen.
ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು 10:40ಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ 2 ಸತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್, ಏನೋ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ?
ಐ ಟಿ ಆಫೀಸರ್ಸ್ ಹರಾಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ 3 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೌದು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಡಿಸೆಂಬರ್ 3ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಂದ 6ನೇ ತಾರೀಕುವರೆಗೆ ಇದ್ದರು ಅವರು. ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟಿಗೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಗ ಏನು ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಯಾರವರು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅಂತ IRS ಅಡಿಷನಲ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಕೊಚ್ಚಿ ಅವರಿದ್ದರು. ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಏನು ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಾನು ಹೋಗೋ ಮುಂಚೆ ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ? ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ ಥ್ರೆಟ್ಟು ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಾಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಥ್ರೆಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎನಿಮೀಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
Okay, so Sri Lakshmi is joining us live now. Sri Lakshmi, what more do we know? Because it is also now becoming, the family claims harassment. There seems to be a political fight that's breaking out between the state government and the centre. They're claiming harassment. What are the details we know about the circumstances under which he committed suicide?
Well, as you rightly pointed out, now it has become a political, a point for political fight. But our sources are talking about speculations which are doing round that was there an involvement of a politician in this case, because it is said that we are getting news from our sources that he used to fund Kerala elections. He used to fund for few leaders in Kerala for elections. And we can also note that there are elections coming up in April in Kerala. And there were a lot many preparations going on for that also. It is said that was he there under any kind of pressure during that income tax raid? Because income tax raids are not new to him. He has earlier also dealt with such situation. After all, he runs a 8,300 crores business, and this kind of challenges are not new to him. That might not be the reason. The pressure by the income tax people was that the reason, or anything else beyond that was the big question. Was there a politician who had invested in this Confident Group? There is the big question, and if so, who is he? It is, the speculations are doing round that a major politician, an influential politician from Karnataka who has links with Kerala, who has probably origin in Kerala, has also involved. It's just a speculation, not yet confirmed, but people are talking about it. Was he, this CJ Roy, before committing suicide, he enters into his cabin, takes his pistol. It is said that it was suicide. But before that, he had made some phone calls. Was it to that politician who had invested huge amount of money? Is a speculation doing rounds. If so, who is that politician? Was there any life threat from that strong politician to the CJ Roy not to disclose his name? On one hand, it is said that the IT officials were forcing CJ Roy to talk about this huge funding and investment by this politician. On the other hand, was there a threat by this politician as well to not to disclose his name? If so, if he does, then he will lose his life. Was that the threat? And was there a locker in which these documents, related documents, wherein this politician's name was there? And was this IT officials forcing him to open the documents? Was that the situation? Is the speculation doing rounds now? And anyway, Karnataka government has formed an SIT to probe the whole case. Dr. G. Parmeshwara has announced a team of police officials supervised by IPS Joint Commissioner Vamshi Krishna. It is for us to wait and watch how this investigation goes on. Niranjan.
Okay, thank you for that. Keeping a close track on that story, let's move on now to the other big story we are tracking here on Republic. On This Is Exclusive. Last night we accessed an explosive whistleblower note. A note written by someone who works within the DGCA, an official, an employee of DGCA, who is exposing the rot within DGCA, talking about how some airlines are getting special treatment. Let's tell you what this officer said. He said he's a current serving DGCA official, presently posted in DGCA, and he spoke about how internal processes within DGCA were no longer sufficient and that he needed to address seriousness of recent safety violations by Air India especially. And he also mentioned how there was an over-accommodative stance, quote-unquote, taken towards the airline in a letter that was written. And these are details that were put out by Republic, and so far there is no response whatsoever. In fact, he also writes in that letter that on a specific incident of a flight that did not have an ARC or an airworthiness certificate, and despite not being fit to fly, that flight was allowed to fly by Air India officials, despite it being known by everyone in the system. Let me go across to Mr. Venkateshwar Rao, who's joining us on the broadcast, because in this, last night we spoke about how there is a strong unspoken pressure within sections of DGCA and ministry. He mentions DGCA and ministry in that letter, Venkateshwar Rao. He mentions how there is an attempt to manage matters quietly rather than initiate action. Now, these are complaints that have been there for many years now, and despite that, there seems to be no change within the DGCA. Why is that?
Evening, Niranjan. You see, why is that? Indian polity is the answer to it. You can complain, you can do. There is no corrective action. There's a quid pro quo. It's either gratuities, either in cash or in kind. A lot of things do happen. Like, I have been exposing this from 2008. In fact, in 2019, the ex-Chief Justice, Justice Gawai, had told Air India and DGCA to file the number of dispensations taken. In that order also, they were told once the rules are in place, no dispensation can be given. Was it followed? Not at all. You issued a new car. Again, airlines came. They said, we can't follow it. You kept quiet. Had the Indigo fiasco not taken place, none of us would have known the quid pro quo that exists between the airlines, whether it is Air India, whether it is Indigo or any other airline for that matter, between them, the DGC officers, the Ministry of Civil Aviation. And I'm sure the minister is also in the know, but I don't know whether I can give him the benefit of the doubt because many messages have been sent to him. You need to pull up your socks on the flight safety issue at least. Like today, if you see the High Court, DGCA says, oh, we are not tinkering with the rest period. We are not on the rest period alone. We are on the FDTL, we are on the night landings, we are on many issues in the car that are not being followed. So you see, there is a quid pro quo. I have paid a heavy price. That gentleman wrote a secret letter. I wrote an open letter to DGCA. In fact, Bombay High Court had warned me that if I don't report violations, I'll be held liable. But I still got fired by Air India. But it's okay. We'll fight it. I've got no issues with that. But you open your mouth, you're putting your neck in the noose. And I'm very worried for this gentleman from the DGC who's written that letter, because these people will, it is like, you have scorned the minister. There'll be, the investigation will go for a cover up on that letter and not act on that letter by itself, Niranjan.
He speaks about, the specifics of incidents. So people can't really dismiss that. And we have been reporting how there have been violations after violations by some of these big airlines, duopoly, more specifically, right? FDTL, they've got their way. DGCA has been questioned even by the court for their contradictions, constantly changing stands, for confusion in their stand. And then you have the Air India fiasco where so many, we've lost count of the number of violations that have taken place. So all of these are facts in the public domain.
Niranjan, I can put a figure to it. It's 1 lakh violations and counting. And I'm making this statement with full responsibility, Niranjan. I get calls every day because I'm the one who's speaking out about this. There are, flights that are being operated. DGC uses this term minimum crew. There is nothing called minimum crew. It is created to help the airline. Can you imagine DGCA says that a passenger seated on the emergency exit is going to take care of the rest of the 200 passengers on board the aircraft? Imagine, that is how low the DGCA has gone. It's an emergency exit, for God's sake. It has to be manned by a trained personnel. You just come to a passenger seated in the exit row and say, sir, in case of an emergency, you look out of the window. If you can go through, pull this, pull that. Are you trying to tell me that an ordinary passenger is going to do all this when his own life is at threat? The crew are trained for something, Niranjan, and you're putting the crew down. The crew is trained to evacuate that aircraft in 90 seconds with half the number of doors available during an emergency. Tell me, will a passenger open that door? He will be, with fright, he'll freeze with fright. They are putting people's lives in danger with this minimum crew and no crew and all. These is all jargon created only to help airlines. And this will continue, Niranjan. You can keep exposing because you are dealing with unscrupulous officers, unscrupulous lawyers. You see, hoodwinking the court. Who hoodwinks the courts? It is the lawyers. They are told the truth and the lawyer says, no, we'll take it this way so this doesn't get exposed. So the lawyers are, because like I said, when the Chief Justice passed the order, the advocate for the DGCA was the same, but she suppressed it before the single bench. She suppressed it before this present division bench also. So what are you expecting from these people? Safety is the last concern of the airline. Safety is the last concern of DGCA, and safety is the last concern of the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Their only concern is how much packets we can make, and that's it, period.
Thank you for joining us. I can ask you a short question. Do you think there will be a purge, a change, if at all? Because you see, it's been less than 10 months. We've had several crashes in the last 10 months. Right? Will there be a change finally?
It will only God has to come down now to change the system. The humans who are handling the system are incorrigible. You will not be able to change it. It is just that you remove one, the other walks in. The same thing. Nothing will change. You've been covering it for so long. You honestly tell me, have you seen any change in the attitude of the DGCA? It won't happen because the mindset is made up. The polity is also responsible for it. But then that's the system. We have to fight, go to court. Court takes years. The DGCA does what it wants to do, and then you're left. That's it.
On the show. Thank you for okay. Complete your point. I'll complete your point, and then I'll move on to the next story. Complete it. You were saying
sad state of affairs, Niranjan. I and you can keep doing programs till the cows come home. It makes no difference. It's like pouring water on a duck's back. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
But then somebody needs to do it, and we need to do it. That's all I can say. And I thank you very much for exposing all this. And I'm happy that I'm able to assist you. And let me tell you, Niranjan, every statement I have made, I have documents for it.
Yes. I'm getting in some breaking news right now. Sir. I'll have to thank you at this point. I'm going across to the breaking coming in. So let me go across to that. We have a budget tomorrow. And we have some breaking news. My colleague Abhishek is getting us some details right now of what is expected in the budget presentation. In fact, what you can expect tomorrow, while we are on this exclusive, some details coming in. Part B of the budget speech will place strong emphasis on both short-term and long-term goals. That is Part B of the budget. One of the key takeaways we are hearing will be in Part B of the budget speech, which will focus on long-term goals. Short and long-term goals. Now, there are some more details. It's going to be unique in many ways, we are being told. My colleague Abhishek, getting in some details of what we can expect. Part B of the budget speech will reflect India's economic vision, priorities as we enter the second quarter of the century. Part B of the budget speech will also offer the roadmap for showcasing India's local strengths at the global stage. It will also showcase India's current strengths and future potential. Part B of the budget speech is likely to draw significant attention from economists, experts in India and around the world. Well, that's a big statement being made. In fact, sources saying that Part B of the budget speech is likely to draw significant attention from economists and experts and people around the world. So we are expecting some big statements to be made in Part B of the speech tomorrow. So probably the fact that they've mentioned that it could gather attention from economists and experts in India and around the world, it's safe to say that Part B could be globally headline-grabbing. This is what we know so far. Pranav is joining me live. Pranav, very interesting. We're getting in some insights. Part B. Now, there is a lot of emphasis being put on Part B, saying that this is going to be a very unique budget, very different from what has happened in the last 75 years. If you can give us more details of what Part B is usually entailed so far and why this is going to be big perhaps tomorrow.
Well, basically, this is, the important part of Part B is that it focuses on the taxation proposals, changes in direct taxes, indirect taxes, revenue-raising measures. So, while the Part A of budget gives the big picture vision, Part B normally gives who pays and how much tax is actually paid. So she will primarily be talking about the Part B will necessarily be the part that affects salaried class, middle-income household, corporates and MSMEs, importers, exporters. So these are, she's going to be talking about where the revenue comes from and who is, the directly affected individuals. That is what is expected in Part B.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs, Pranav. Getting in more details of what is expected tomorrow. Part B expected to be in great detail, very unique, we are hearing. From what sources are sharing with Republic, very unique from all the budgets that have come about in the last 75 years. and that the earlier budget speeches typically had a lot of detail in Part A, while Part B only consisted of a few announcements. But this time the Finance Minister expected to speak in great detail in Part B. Part B of the budget speech will place strong emphasis on both short-term, long-term goals. Part B of the budget speech will reflect India's economic vision and priorities as we enter the second quarter of the century. Part B of the budget speech will also offer a roadmap for showcasing India's local strengths at the global stage, will showcase India's current strengths and future potential. Interesting budget lined up tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, Republic will be live starting 7 a.m. And that's it on this edition of This Is Exclusive. We're taking a break now. We will be back with all the headlines trending coming up next. Stay tuned.
Shocking revelations have been made in the fresh release of the Epstein files. From Elon Musk to Bill Gates to several other big names have made it to the list of those who have been connected with Jeffrey Epstein. Even Zohran Mamdani's mother and filmmaker Meera Nair's name has surfaced. We'll also get you what's happening as far as the PCB, Pakistan Cricket Board, is concerned. It's delaying its confirmation while it is getting trolled as well for its boycott drama, rather create a suspense drama. We'll also get you the latest from Balochistan. Operation Head Off, as the Baloch rebels have attacked at least 12 areas in Balochistan, and some fresh visuals show that Baloch rebels have taken control of Quetta. We'll get you more at 7:30 on Trending Tonight with B. Rakshita.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा प्योर मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
देगी मिर्च, MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The United States, Israel and the MI6 of United Kingdom, they had launched a major regime change operation in Iran this year. The aim was not just to overthrow the Iranian government, but to splinter Iran along the ethnic fault lines of the Azeris, the Kurds and the Sunni Baluch. Israel was trying to help the Kurdistan fighters to come in, and also the Afghan refugees who were there. The United States, the CIA was working with Pakistan to induct large-scale induction of arms, small arms into Sistan, Baluchistan, the Sunni area of Baluchistan.
It's time for the story spreading sensation to debates on social media, videos breaking the internet, and also the stories that matter to you. We begin with the latest Epstein bombshell. The U.S. Department of Justice has released more than 3 million documents related to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, with approximately 2,000 videos and 180,000 images. From Donald Trump to Ivanka Trump to Elon Musk and Bill Gates, big names could just be in trouble with this release. Meanwhile, the Pakistan cricket body is reportedly still waiting for government clearance before confirming whether the team will be playing the T20 World Cup or not, as it cancels the planned launch of its World Cup jersey. Well, it continues with its boycott drama. Meanwhile, the country is on the edge. At least 10 security officials of Pakistan, 37 Baloch fighters have been killed as BLA launched coordinated attacks across 12 locations in Balochistan. Meanwhile, Margot Robbie is drawing flack for the Taj Mahal necklace. We have all this and a lot more packed up for you in this edition of Trending Tonight with me, Rakshita. A fresh cache of files related to the investigation into the Epstein file contain documents that bring reference to Donald Trump and other high-profile figures, including Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, filmmaker Meera Nair, mother of New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani and filmmaker, of course, and Secretary Howard Lutnick and British billionaire Richard Branson. This release comes 6 weeks after the department missed a deadline signed into law by President Donald Trump, mandated all Epstein-related documents to be shared with the public. US President Donald Trump is mentioned 100 times at least in the newly released files, according to Justice Department's website. Meera Nair allegedly mentioned in an October 2009 email sent by publicist Peggy Siegel to Epstein. The email references an after-party at Maxwell's townhouse for Nair's familia, and lists attendees including Bill Clinton, Jeff Bezos, Jean Perosi and Nair herself. Inclusion of names in the files is not an indication of course, clearly wrongdoing, because these are claims. Bill Gates is referenced in the draft emails attributed to Epstein from 2013. These drafts allege that Gates engaged in extramarital physical relations, seeking to handle personal matters discreetly, and there are claims of reveal that, and there are claims made of Gates of attempting to conceal extramarital relations and what allegedly he had contacted STD from some sexual alleged encounters, and this is one of the mentions. Spokesperson for Gates, meanwhile, has categorically denied these claims, describing them as absolutely absurd and completely false. And then there's a mention of Elon Musk also, who was named and has now publicly responded also after his name appeared in the Epstein files. Taking to X, Musk says that he has actively supported the release of the documents and welcomed the disclosures. So, of course, he denies other claims. The Department of Justice has also said that the release aims to provide transparency while safeguarding the privacy of victims and individuals not accused of any crime. The files continue to be scrutinized, ladies and gentlemen, for further details, as the context of the details also continue to emerge now. So, meanwhile, the survivors have united, putting together a joint response, calling out the regulators for exposing survivors under the garb of exposing the perpetrators instead. Now, they allege how such partial spurts of release is a betrayal of the very people this process is supposed to serve. And not too long ago, We at Republic had spoken to Epstein survivor Marina Lasada on her ordeal and her expectations upon the files being released. And she had slammed the partial release, calling out the hypocrisy on the fact that names of several influential people have been redacted. Listen in.
We have been going through, myself, for the past 2 days, I've been trying really hard to go through all these files and trying to put in some keywords. And we're very disappointed to say the least is all we asked was to redact our names. And that was not done. The DOJ, the justice system has failed us once again here. And they have, disrespected all the victims that were leaked. And then not to redact the names that they were supposed to redact is another slap on the face. So we ask for the DOJ and whoever is in charge of this, because we no longer know who's in charge of this, because we think President Trump is in charge of this, but we know he's not redacting this, somebody's doing it for him. And then we think Pam Bondi is doing this, but we know somebody else is doing this. And we think Kash Patel is doing this, but then we know somebody's under him. So we ask whoever's in charge of this, please do your job right. Please look at us not as grown women, adult women, but look at us when we were children and we went through this. This is something very serious. We have these files out there with unredacted victims' names. It is absurd. They need to redact our names, and they need to unredact these powerful elite men who will continue to be a predator if we don't stop them.
And in fact, Viewers, previously released Epstein files, a document over December, also created quite a stir from an inmate request form to high-profile figures and development